Good night, everyone. It's my honor to be here to discuss something with you about laboratory personal biosafety protection during lower coronavirus prevalence. I'm Chen Bing Wang from PLA General Hospital. My hospital is a big hospital, also as a famous hospital in China. Most of the Chinese people know 301 hospital. That is my hospital, and now I'm working in the Department of Clinical Laboratory, and it also is the director of the department. Just about middle months of the January this year, I know the lower coronavirus prevalence began from Wuhan to the Wuhan is a city, Hubei province, part of China, to the whole country. And when my hospital leader asked me to prepare the lower coronavirus nucleic acid test in my lab. To tell you the truth, I was a little scared. What is my big concern at the time? Of course, it's the biosafety of the label personnel. And most of our staff are young people, and also there are also many young students. About more than 100 different kinds of students, intro students, graduate students, trainee students, or some Also, they have learned some knowledge about the biosafety, but they know very little about the lower coronavirus. Also, I also didn't know more about the lower coronavirus, but I know SARS, the prevalence happened in 2003. In that year, in 2003, I worked in a study in the presence of World Hospital in Hong Kong. Also it's a famous hospital, and went through the whole process. It was horrible. I said my hospital is a big hospital, and for every day about 15,000 different kinds of samples to be tested. Some blood samples, urine samples, and CSF, semen fluid. Also, some lot of stool specimens. Also, there are several samples receiving windows. The staff working there have to communicate with different people face to face. Some patients during peripheral blood collection, or the people who deliver the sample to level, especially the technician also is technicians service for the patient from fever clinic. Most of the Chinese hospital have a special fever clinic to treat the patient with fever. Some tests must be, some tests must be to be done with the manual processing. So I was very worried. Worried that the virus would be released from with aerosols from this, so many samples, especially for the open tube, low count, low lift no cover. Yeah, this also help to treat it with handle. Yeah. So I don't want to my colleague to infect the virus. So what I can do, I immediately organize the microbiologists and biosafety experts in my department to develop biosafety personal protective measures. Total 9. So first is the mask in the gloves. Yeah, the mask or medical overall in the gloves. Yeah, rubber gloves as general personal biosafety protection. It's necessary for all the staff and students when you want to get in the level to work. Yeah. Second is the people so it Windows except the general personal biosafety protection. N95 mask in the goggle are important. More and more evidence to support the lower cover virus can infect by conjunctiva. Allosum oculest, the oculist, and the doctor to see with the patient with eyes disease. They were infected by lower cover coronavirus in China, and some of them also lost their life. The third is when the village work in a new, in my hospital, there is little non-time for lunch. So when you finish the work to leave the level for a lunch, or in finish work in the evening, so the work bench in the rooms have to be disinfected with 3% hydrogen peroxide or 35% alcohol or some others disinfectant. First, if the specimen is found to leak or overflow from the container, so it's dangerous. It should be dealt with this disinfectant in time. The lower cover virus may infect the respiratory mucous membrane. So a specimen from the respiratory tract in the stool samples must be handled in the biosafety cabinet. It has been confirmed the lower coronavirus can be isolated from the stool samples or anal swabs. So the higher personal biosafety protection is required. For science, an original specimen and contaminated waste have to be autoclaved before this material came out of the label. In the 4S, it's forbidding. For some people were wearing some personal biosafety protection equipment get in the clean area, such as office or meeting room. So it's not a good sense. Nice is Westerners, if we want to get in my level, so they have to wear the mask and register for register. So I think it's also is important. And I think it's very important. The different protective measure should be taken in the different experiment areas. So different experiment areas have because different experiment areas have different risks. So the most important thing is to assay the risks in the different experiment areas. So it's a different area in my level. So this for the viral nucleic acid testing level. The staff will have to wear it's a higher, level protective equipment, such as a protective gun and N95 maskers, goggles, medical protective tablets, thick rubber gloves. Yeah, because this level with high is high risks. For fair clinical level, also the staff and the people is have to face the patient with the fever. So it's have a high how to say local coronavirus pneumonia. The most patients have a fever. So they're working with high risks. So the biosafety level also is high. It's level 3. Also isolation gun and N95 maskers, goggles, thick rubber gloves. Of course, if you just for you have the sauce. If you in enough sauce, also can to wear protective guns because no enough is this equipment. So just with wear the isolation gun. For the stool, I said the stool. The virus also isolated from the stools. So for the stool testing level also have a high risks. So also needed to biosafety level 2 isolation gun N95 maskers, goggles, rubber gloves. If you love the sauce, also you can hire protective equipment. For the specimen receiving window for all body flu sample to receiving, including the stool, all body flu testing level in head. I said metatumor is open, and some tests have to be handled with a handle. The test process with handle, so it's the risk also is a little high. So the biosafety level 2 is plus is protection is needed. Also isolation gun or N95 mask, goggles, rubber gloves, also is necessary. But for automatic testing, including biochemistry or epidemiological levels, the sample sent to the window Most of the sample is covered with sealed lead. It's a lead sealed. And then when the sample get in the machine, all the test process are automated. So when the test is finished, the samples will be automatic to get into the refrigerator to store. So also there are less people working in the area. So I think by safety level 1 or plus also is okay. Just for general protection for medical surgical masks, medical overall or robo blowers. I'm not only the director of my label, and I'm also the chairman of the Chinese Society of Laboratory Medicine. So I had to consider all the people, personal biosafety protection, for the working in the clinical lab in China. So I also do oblige the microbiologists and biosafety experts in my society, for the society members to develop expert consensus during the holiday in the Spring Festival. That Spring Festival holiday is the most important holiday in China. But I worked through all the holiday for 7 days. So it means a whole day in my lab to inspect the situation of the personal biosafety protection for the staff, especially in the area with high risks. So I often do maybe several times for every day to check how do they say, feral level, level. So the people, because the people, work there is with high risks. Also, for the level for the people to test, to operate the nuclear acid test, also, it's a little dangerous and with high risks. And this it's just to show us for expert consensus for the laboratory biosafety, clinical laboratory biosafety protect for the virus. The first one is microbiology. For microbiology, because the virus was a new virus, it's not SARS, not MERS. So the physical and the chemical properties of virus no less in the very beginning. Something we just depend on the research on SARS virus or MERS virus. So this virus is sensitive to the ultraviolet light in the heat. So heated 15 Celsius degree for 30 minutes, or on 35% alcohol or some other liquid solvents such as chloroform. Chloroform can in fact lead to inactivity and the virus. Epidemiology. First is the source of infection. The source of infection, currently, the source of infection is many patients infected by the new coronavirus. Second is the incubation period. 3 days or to 7 days, and generally doesn't exceed 14 days. So isolation period is implemented according to the 14 days. But some cases were reported exceeding 21 days, or some cases reported is is over 49 days. So I think in this case are individual exceptions. For virus in sample, the lower coronavirus may infect the respiratory mucous membrane. So the specimens from the respiratory chapter with the high risks. In early days, the virus levels in blood were low. But for severe patients, there may be occurrence of the viremia. For the specimens cannot yet be sure the virus is present, such as pleural effusion. We should treat them also as contaminated. For transmission, respiratory jobs, aerosol transmission, and close connect. So it cannot exclude the transmission by the stool or urine to mouth, because the virus has been, as I said, isolated from the stool or urine. For susceptible population, the population is generally susceptible. All the people can be susceptible. Some research results reported that males is easy to infect with the virus than the females. The case confirmation in the clinical level. The positive results in the real-time RT-PCR detection of the lower coronavirus nucleic acid, and the sequence of the virus is high homologous to the virus. The specific IgM and IgG antibodies of the virus test positive in the serum. This one was just added in the 7th edition of the medical handbook. It's published by Chinese government. For biosafety principle, once the virus was isolated in the culture, the virus was isolated and the culture process should be in the P3 level. Second is the patient sample a lot inactivated. The test should be in the P2 level. And the individuals adopted by safety level 3 protection. For personal biosafety, biosafety level 1, the personal biosafety protection equipment, including medical surgical mask, medical oral, rubber gloves. For biosafety level 2, as a medical surgical mask or N95 mask, medical oral, isolation guns, medical protective caps, goggles. Goggles, I said, is very important. And by safety level 3, medical surgical mask or is better to use the N95 mask, medical oral, isolation guns, medical protective caps, goggles, face shadow, medical protective. I said it's protective guns. For protection baseline, so the mask, medical oral, medical air oral, and the glove is the baseline protective equipment. Also, regardless of the material and standard. So, have something is better than nothing. Okay. For sample collection, all the droplets or aerosols of the respiratory tract in other specimens pose a threat to the sample collector. So the sample collector with a high risk for contact with the patient's skin, clothing, daily necessities, and with the specimen itself. So sample collect must have biosafety level 3 protection. What kind of protective equipment to use is depend on how many resources you have. So with high level protective equipment that you use, of course, it's better. But if you have enough resource, of course, you can do treat on your hair. Yeah. For packaging and shipment, the specimen to transfer had to be sealed in a plastic bag of the appropriate size. For transfer container, it's special. Usually, most of this container transfer container in Chinese label is buy from the CDC specifics. The manufacturer. For transfer, for the transfer person and the driver, for transfer people and the drivers, the medical surgical mask or N95 mask, medical oral, isolation gowns, medical protective caps, goggles is needed. For specimen treatment, when the sample, receiving, sorting, centrifuges, specimen from case with the suspected or confirmed, lower coronavirus infected, infection. The operator must wear isolate, biosafety level 2 personal protection equipment. In some special cases, such as leaks or something, so have to upgrade it to the level 3. When the specimen is contributed, so the operator must need the centrifuge. If it's suspected to be accident or abnormal, maybe some signs from the centrifuge during the centrifugal sample. So you have to stop the centrifugation. After replace, the biosafety level 3 protection equipment, stop centrifugation for more than 30 minutes. You have to wait 30 minutes later. You can open the cover. So carefully open the cover. There is 35% alcohol or other disinfectants. Place the centrifuge tube sample or tube sample is maybe it's overloaded, but tube is so have to transfer the tube to take out of the rod as much as possible in the biseptal to transfer the tube into the biosafety cabinet. If no accident, the centrifugation stopped for more than 10 minutes. Usually, most Chinese label were to wait 15 minutes for further procedure. For laboratory testing, the risk, the first instance, of course, the risks have to be assessed. And the specimen should be sealed. You have to seal immediately after testing. So if you not to immediately to treat, maybe some aerosol where to release, from the tube. Yeah. So I think it's very important. High risk specimens should be properly to disinfected or clothed. For biosafety accident management, so I think that's all very important. For positive specimens contaminate the biosafety cabinet in the bench and cause limited population. Use disinfectant with effective alcohol chlorine content of just this disinfection for more than 30 minutes. This disinfectant must be prepared immediately and used within 24 hours. If it's over 24 hours, maybe it's ineffective. The positive specimen cause the laboratory contaminant. Keep the laboratory space closed and to prevent the access by the unrelated personnel and to prevent the spread of the populations, pollutants. Cover the contaminated area with a towel containing some in the disinfectant. Okay, and disinfect for more than 30 minutes. Now I just to introduce this to you. I think I can speak Chinese fluently, but English is little what, yeah. But organizer asked me how to speak English, so I don't know what I said. You can understand how many percent. Okay, thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm very glad having an opportunity to share our experience and the study of molecular diagnostics for SARS-CoV-2 during this outbreak. My talk will include two parts. First, I will talk about establishment of nucleic acid testing for SARS-CoV-2 infection in our lab. And then I will share the dissection of nucleic acid testing data of COVID-19 patients in Sichuan province. So first, let's go through the events occurred at the very beginning of the outbreak, which are related to molecular testing for SARS-CoV-2. The outbreak was first reported at the end of 2009. By January 7, 2020, SARS-CoV-2 virus was identified by Chinese scientists. Only 5 days later, China CDC released the viral genomic sequence, which made labs and manufacturers possible to develop nucleic acid testing for the virus. On January 17th, Wuhan received the first batch of commercial testing kits, and other provinces, include our lab, could receive these kits. So our lab started running the test on 20th. In the first period of the outbreak, all tests was completed by China CDC and public health labs. Over time, the testing volume rapidly increased, and then National Health Commission decided to distribute these tests to all local qualified labs, including hospital clinic labs and independent labs. At the same time, Chinese FDA provided emergency use authorization to IVD manufacturers. On January 29th, first 3 nucleic acid test kits was certified by CFDA. On January 29th, our lab was appointed as a reference lab for COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 by Provincial Health Commission, which is one of the first 3 labs in Sichuan. From the virus identification to first 3 test kits certified, it only spent less than 20 days. It was a remarkable success in molecular diagnostics of the infection disease. And these nucleic acid tests played significant role in COVID-19 diagnosis during this outbreak. So next, I would like to share what our lab did for establishment of this assay in 3 steps. Fortunately, when we decided to run nucleic acid tests for the virus, there are few commercial test kits available. Thus, we could consider 4 features. First, method design. They were all based on the protocol recommended by WHO, targeting to 3 viral genes, which are ORF1ab, Igg and Igm. The differences between the test kits were numbers of target genes. We choose 2 kits having 1 and 3 target genes respectively. For internal control, housekeeping genes usually are better than synthesized nucleic acid fragments to monitor viral RNA extraction and amplification system. Their limit of detection varied from 100 to 1,000, which is analysis performance determined by in vivo and in vitro synthesized nucleic acid chain, so it was not comparable. Thus, we did not consider lot. For RNA extraction method, we found some manual extraction kits had better yield, but after consider turnaround time and throughput, we eventually choose a compatible automated method. Thus, we initially started with 2 kits parallel. Since their results are consistent, we chose 1 kit having housekeeping gene as internal control and has 3 target gene to test for testing. So once we established the assay, we built a routine workflows of RT-PCR assay for SARS-CoV-2. The most important procedure is the first sample preparation. We used viral inactivation by activation and test step by incubation of specimens at 56 degrees for 40 minutes. Our evaluation did not find significant difference in CT value of positive specimens before and after the incubation, but one lab did report differences, so highly recommend your lab to evaluate the heating inactivation before you use it. This specimen preparation took about 1 hour. The second step is automated RNA extraction, including sample pipetting. It spent about 1 hour too. The third step is reagent and RNA pipetting, took about half hours. And the RT-PCR step and result reporting could take 2 hours together. So the whole process could finish in 4 to 5 hours. If including specimen transport and the time waiting for enough specimens to run together, the actual turnaround time usually vary from 5 to 8 hours in our lab. So the biosafety policy for SARS-CoV-2 nucleic acid tests in China required biosafety level 2 for lab and biosafety level 3 for lab personnel who handle primary respiratory samples. Elective pressure room was recommended for sample preparation and RNA extraction procedures. Professor Wang will talk about this in more detail. But you may already noticed the policy in China was a much strict than that either in American and Europe. However, when we did not know much about this virus, I think the higher precaution may be better. Even right now, we still do not know this virus fully. So according to the recommendation, we built a elective pressure room in our molecular biology lab in 7 days and upgraded from biosafety 2 to biosafety level 2+. We also use an isolated room to build a stat lab purposely for SARS-CoV-2 and to running the regular tests, including CBC, clinical chemistry, immunology tests. The lab runs 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So to ensure testing quality and biosafety for SARS-CoV-2 nucleic acid test, we trained lab personnel in our lab and also around 300 labs in Sichuan province online. Our lab is also Sichuan Provincial Center for Clinic Labs, responsible for providing EQA and guidance on lab quality control and technique improvement. Thus, these three steps, we established the nucleic acid testing in our lab. So, who should be tested for SARS-CoV-2 in China? Our national guidelines of COVID-19 strictly defined two groups of persons. First group defined as suspect cases who have one epidemic history and two clinical symptoms, or three clinical symptoms. The epidemic history include residence and travel around Wuhan within the past 40 days, contact with people diagnosed with COVID-19 within the past 40 days, contact with people from Wuhan and around area, or with the patient presenting fever and or respiratory symptoms in a community with known COVID-19 cases, or attended social gatherings with two or more persons presenting fever and or respiratory symptoms within 40 days. The clinic symptoms include fever and respiratory symptoms, typical safety features of COVID-19 pneumonia, and normal or decreased white blood cell and lymphocyte count at an early stage. So the second group was defined as persons who have epidemic history but no COVID-19 symptom. So to test these people with high infection potential could facilitate early diagnosis, early quarantine, and early management for infected person and prevent the virus transmission further. So this person include individuals who have intimate contact with a family member diagnosed with COVID-19, and individuals who attend social gatherings with a person diagnosed with COVID-19. So once nucleic acid tests show positive, the person could be confirmed as SARS-CoV-2 infection. According to the national guidelines, sequencing and serology tests are also the confirmation tests. So compared to the sequencing and serology testing, we would like to generally describe the clinical performance of the nucleic acid tests. Compared to both sequencing and serology tests, it has higher specificity, above 95%. The cost is reasonable. Turnaround time is acceptable. As too many hands-in steps, automation is really needed. A good thing is Roche already released a fully automated test on the market. But a bad thing is the cost much higher than what we used right now. Notable, what the nucleic acid tests have been criticized mostly was higher false negative, means the poor sensitivity. So, which is reported about 30 to 40%. However, as we know, the clinical sensitivity of test is not only dependent on analytic sensitivity, but also on specimen quality. So, by answer to these 4 questions, it may help us to reveal its clinical sensitivity and to reduce its false negative. So the second part, we will dissect nucleic acid testing data of COVID-19 patients in Sichuan province to answer the previous 4 questions. So Sichuan is a province located at southwest of China. Total population is about 80 million. As for March 9th, there were 539 lab-confirmed patients and 3 deaths in Sichuan province. So our investigation included 532 patients, which include about the moderate case at 75.2%, the mild, severe, and critical cases are 99.2, 9.6, and 6% respectively. For these patients, there are 4,363 nucleic acid test results included in our investigation. The top 3 sample types are throat swabs at 46.7%, sputum at 23.4%, and feces at 30.4%. They all representing 3 different locations. There were also rare types, include 0.4% BAF and 2% blood. So the first question is, which types of specimens should be used for SARS-CoV-2 nucleic acid test? Showing here is the positive rates of different specimen types. Look at the bottom for the total positive rate for all samples is around 37.5%, which is consistent with previous reports. So the top 3 types are BAF and nasopharyngeal swabs and sputum. So the rates is 77.8 for BAF, 40.4 for nasopharyngeal swabs, and 39.8 for sputum. And we also compared 3 types of upper respiratory tract specimen. We didn't find the significant difference within these 3 types of upper respiratory tracts, which are throat swabs, nasal swabs, and nasopharyngeal swabs. So we compared upper and lower respiratory tract specimen. There are significant difference between these 2 kinds of the samples. So look at these results which reported before. So the sequence of the positive rates, top 3 positive rates sample type is consistent, but the positive rates were much higher than those in our study. So there are 97 for BAF, 72 for sputum, and 63 for nasal swabs. But the same result also is the lower respiratory tract samples have higher positive rates than lower respiratory tract specimen. So, take together, we highly suggest use the sputum and upper respiratory tract specimens for the suspect and asymptomatic cases in this, the nuclear acid testing. So the second question is, when is the best time to collect specimens for SARS-CoV-2 nuclear acid testing? This is SARS-CoV-2 viral load in throat swabs and sputum specimens of the 2 infected patients, which did in Dr. Pan. So the throat swabs has the lower the positive rate, lower the viral loads than the nasal swabs. But they detectable within 10 days after onset of the symptoms, and the viral load peaked at 5 days after onset of the symptoms. The second study recruited 80 patients. They studied viral loads in upper respiratory tract specimens during disease courses. Viral loads in nasal swabs were higher than those in the throat swabs. They were also accordant at most of the time points. The virus was detectable within 10 days, which is a little bit later than previous study. And the viral load peaked at 3 days after onset of the symptoms. But both studies have very limited sample size, and they did not study the viral load before onset of symptoms. So we analyzed the positive rates of the 4,363 sample as the disease causes. The causes range from 5 days before and 40 days after onset of the symptoms. As shown here, the positive rates peaked at 3 days before and after onset of symptoms, and higher positive rates within 5 days before and after onset of symptoms, which make the sense. So at the very early stage of disease, we'll have a higher viral load, then also have a higher positive rate possibility. So as the disease causes later, the positive rates decreased a lot. During second and the third weeks, the positive rates reduced to even 20%. So that means the low positive rates maybe is not because the methods, it's highly because the virus released very few during that time in the samples. So notably, besides the first peak around the day of symptom onset, there was a second peak around 35 days, which is during recovery period of patients. It may be related to virus shedding during patient recovery, which is very interesting. Should be, we will look at it in more detail. So to answer this second question, we think we should collect specimens as close to symptom onset as possible for the disease diagnosis. The third question is, how many samples should be collected for diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2 infection? So there was the study about MERS Coronal Virus revealed positive rates of the first nasopharyngeal swab is about 89%, and the cumulative positive rates at the second swab can reach 96.5%. That means if they take the two swabs, we will get the higher positive rates, also the higher detectable the patient. So the study highly suggests two swabs should be connected for MERS confirmation by nucleic acid testing. How about this SARS-CoV-2 virus? So we first analyzed upper respiratory tract samples. The first swab could detect 75% SARS-CoV-2 infection, which is 10% lower than MERS coronavirus. So the positive rate increased as we increased number of the swabs, but even until 7 swabs, the accumulate positive rates cannot reach 90%. So that means that the upper respiratory tract samples is not enough to reach the 90% detect possibility. So then we analyzed the cumulative the positive rates for all samples. The cumulative positive rates reached 90% at the second specimens and 94% at the third specimens. It suggests that if connect 3 different specimens, it can be reached, the positive rates can be reached around above the 90%. So then let's look at what kind of the specimen we should take for the 2 or 3 samples to reach 90% positive rates. So the blue bar showed the total the positive rates of for the during the disease causes. From 76% to 25%. The red bar showed the upper respiratory tract specimen, they varied from the 76th to 23rd. But if we look at green bar, which showed positive rates for sputum, we can see it's much higher than other. Then it's from the 24 to 83. So besides besides the upper respiratory tract specimen, so if we use sputum, may increase our the positive rates. So take together, to answer third question, we suggest to take two combination of the 3 upper respiratory tract specimen and sputum, it will be better to reach 90% possibility of detection. But upper respiratory tract specimen type for none is not enough. So the fourth question is, are there any alternative methods having higher sensitivity than nucleic acid test for COVID-19 diagnosis? As we know, right now in China, we have 3 kinds of the methods available for COVID-19 confirmation, which sequencing, nucleic acid testing, and antibody testing. So since the sequencing is not reachable for most of labs, so we look at this serology testing for both IgM and IgG. Here shows specific IgM and IgG levels in serum and plasma in the disease causes of COVID-19. We studied 3 weeks from the first to and second. We can see both IgM and IgG increased at the time. At first weeks, there's only 38.47% positive rate for IgM and 34.5% positive rate for IgG. As time increased, a second until third week, it can reach 95 and 92% positive rates. So that means that at the beginning, the specific IgG and IgM is a little bit lower. So to reach the 90% positive rates, I have to wait 2 weeks after onset of the symptoms. And another thing, in our lab, we tested this method. We found out the high false positive for antibody testing. And here is the POCT antibody testing. So showed the same thing. It's reached about the 90% at 20 days, which is a little bit even slower than the previous quantitative methods. So take together. So to answer this fourth question, to date, nucleic acid test is still a best test for COVID-19 diagnosis, but serology tests could be used as alternative methods at the 2 and 3 weeks after onset of the symptom. So conclusion. Nucleic acid test is the reliable diagnostic test for COVID-19 to date. We should optimize the sample collection, like choose right types, timing, and the number to increase its clinical sensitivity for COVID-19 diagnosis. We always believe the better tests will be on the way for give us more tool to diagnose the COVID-19. So at last, I would like to share our what we learned from the outbreak. So the big success is this time we developed reliable laboratory tests for pathogen as early as possible. Is very crucial for the infection control in an outbreak. So second, what we learned is improving lab testing capacity for infectious disease, including equipment, supplies, and lab personnel to better prepare for any future outbreaks. This is what we are doing right now. So I would like to stop here, but I will thank Sichuan Provincial Health Commission to provide the data for the study. And I would like to thank my hospital and my colleague for support this talk and the study. Thank you so much. I would like to take a question here.
Thank you, Professor Jiang. She shared with us her personal experience and laboratory data in coronavirus detection in Sichuan province and her laboratory. And she showed us how to validate RT-PCR assay for testing COVID-19. She emphasized the requirement of laboratory biosafety and regarding to the low sensitivity in gene testing. She summarized the key points to address this problem. So far, gene testing is still the best test for coronavirus detection, but serology assay, such as IgG and IgM antibody, could be used as a supplementary test. So in such a short time, Professor Jiang gave us a lot of information. Let's thank her again. And now it's a Q&A time. Two speakers will answer your question online. And if you have any question, please let us know. So we see the Q&A. We see the question. Here have the question, okay. Any role of heat in killing the virus? Any role of heat in killing the virus? Who answered this question?
So I think this is a question I can answer.
Professor Wang, please.
Okay. I have said that the virus was a new virus, so some physical or chemical properties of virus low in less. So something just depend on the research on some SARS, MERS, or some other coronavirus. The coronavirus, is sensitive to the ultraviolet light in the heat. So some expert consensus or guideline, recommend samples lead to electivation at 56 degrees centigrade for 30 minutes before the virus antigen test, serological test, or nucleic acid test. For the labor, by safety, for the laboratory by safety, of course, it's very important because once the virus are inactivated, the risk, the risks in the lab will be reduced. However, the samples inactivated at 56 degrees for 30 minutes will not affect the results of test. So far, I didn't find any research results, report it will affect the virus antigen test or serologic test, some antibody test, okay. But a postdoc in my team has given a result, research results, the sample heating, it is 56 degrees for 30 minutes will affect nucleic acid PCR results. Some positive test results may become negative results. So the higher, the temperature was heated in, the higher temperature, the great effect. Yeah, it's depending on the temperature. Another research result is the samples were heat in the air heater. The sample in the tube or get in the air heater. So if the zero in the table get it 56 degrees, need more than 1 hour. What mean? So if the sample get in the air heater, so totally if the sample get into the 56 degree, totally the 1.5 hour. Yeah. Also, if we get the sample get in the water bath heater, yeah, also need to get into the 56 degree need 11 minutes. It means a total, if the sample get into 56 degree, need 4 41 minutes. Yeah. So it's I think it's a message is important. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wang. You show us a lot of strong data. We see the next question. What's a most sensitive and specific screening method in the diagnostic of COVID-19? And what are pros and cons of different screening methods? I think the Professor Jiang did a lot of work on coronavirus detection. So please, Professor Jiang, give us an answer.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my talk, to date, there are 3 assays for SARS-CoV-2. There are sequencing, antibody detection, and nucleic acid testing. So sequencing is non-targeted pathogen detection method, which played actually very critical role in identification of this novel virus in Wuhan at the very beginning of the outbreak. As required sequencer and skilled lab personnel, it is hard to perform in most of labs for routine testing. So second one is the antibody detection analyzer. So which is the detect specific IgM and IgG antibodies. It's generated by human immune system in response to viral infection. So the antibody usually increased 3 to 5 days after symptom onset. But so that means it's hard to be detected at the first week. To date, we think nucleic acid is still the most specific and sensitive test for the virus infection. But for this method, like I said, I think a lot of people criticize because of this false negative. Actually, as I talked today in my talk, in my presentation, there is maybe because of the sample quality, like the viral load is a difference at very low in the during the disease causes. So what the time point which connect the sample is very important to increase the nucleic acid testing sensitivity. But actually, total automation and short turnaround time is urgently required for these methods. And so, of course, there is another antigen detection is very helpful, can solve the both, like the TAT and automation, the problem which right now happened in nucleic acid testing. But I think this testing will be developed soon. So check together. So far, we still think the nucleic acid testing is the most sensitive and specific assay for the virus.
Thanks, Professor Jiang. I want to know, do you have used the antigen in your lab?
No, right now there's no the antigen detection assay available. So because we have to develop like the specific antibody to test antigen. What I know, to develop antibody, that takes some time. That's different from the how to develop antibody detection. So I think that this method will be come out soon.
Okay, we are waiting. So we see the next question. This question is, how can small media laboratories and frontline doctors to discover and monitor the COVID-19? I think the Professor Wang, you can share your hospital experience with us.
Okay, thank you. Chinese government recently just to publish the 7th edition of the guideline for the diagnosis and the treatment for low coronavirus pneumonia. For low coronavirus pneumonia, and the case confirmed is including 3. Okay, for one is a positive results in the detection of the lower coronavirus acid, nucleic acid. The second is the sequence, for the NGS. And the sequence of the virus is highly homologous to coronavirus. Okay. The third is specific IgM, IgG antibodies of the virus. The positive in the test is positive in the serum. So I think the first and the second one. First one and the second one, of course, is couldn't be wrong in small, medium laboratories and the front-line doctors. So on the third, maybe one can be used. But IgM, and IgG antibodies test the positive results must be later, than the nucleic acid test. And IgM and IgG antibody test, may present the false positive or false negative results. Now, in my lab also have some same results. Yeah. Once IgM or just the once IgM and IgG antibody test, it's difficult to make a confirmed or diagnosis of the pneumonia. Okay, but L2 is continue to the monitoring antibodies results, maybe two times, 3 times, 3 days later or 1 week later, to maybe it's useful. Maybe the antibody is high and high. Okay, maybe it's very useful. Yeah, and so this result can be more helpful to the clinical doctor to determine. Yeah, it's my idea.
Okay, a lot of experience.
May I add a little bit about this? Because the antibody detection. So, because Dr. Wang mentioned a very good point, how to use the antibody detection. Actually, I forgot to mention at the beginning my question, the first one. So, actually, in our lab, we do combine both methods. We used nucleic acid testing, also antibody detection, because the antibody detection can help us find some people which we missed in the nucleic acid. So there's one person. We only got one time point. When CDC come to try to confirm it, it shows negative. Then CDC think we did it wrong. Then we cannot diagnose that person. But just 1 month later, when we have our antibody assay, so we found that person, that is the lady, the both IgG and IgM positive. So then we look at back, actually this is real case that we missed by nucleic acid testing. So that's very interesting. But what I mentioned, the different tests can really play different role in this. So we should, I should mention that. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a good result. So we see the next question. Next question is, when is a repeated test required during diagnostic of COVID-19? I think Professor Jiang lecture had mentioned it, hasn't it?
Okay. Actually, since our guideline and used the nucleic acid testing as to confirm the virus infection. So for that question, I think is when we should repeat this testing. So I think there's several situation we have to repeat the nucleic acid testing. The first, like the control, if you get either positive or negative control failed, you have to repeat your tests. And so that means if you should get your positive control is positive. If you cannot get a positive control is positive, that's maybe you extraction urinate, because we add the positive control to the RNA extraction system too. So that's either you RNA extraction or maybe your PCR amplification system failed. So you have to repeat it. Or if you cannot get the negative control is selective, you got positive negative control. That means your PCR maybe get contaminated. So you have to repeat. You cannot trust all your results, especially the positive results. So that's the two things. So and another control is internal control. If you cannot get internal control amplified, so you have to repeat too. That's also used to, especially housekeeping gene, used to monitor your RNA extraction system and also the RT-PCR system. So you have to repeat. That's 3 control you have to get right to report your result. So 4th thing is, because when we determine our results, we have to get all target gene. If you positive, have to get all target gene positive. If only depends on how many target gene an analysis you use. If the 3 target gene tests, you have to get 3. If 2 target gene, you have to get 2 amplified. So if any one of them did get amplified, you have to repeat it. Usually you have to repeat before the RNA extraction from the beginning. So that's I think that is 4th thing. The 5th situation is if you cannot get the amplification curve, if not the very typical, or if the CT value is not high enough, like we used, have to below 40 to determine it positive. So if like that way, you have to repeat your sample to make sure that is possible. It's positive. So actually at the beginning, when we first confirm our positive result, we have to use 2 reagents to confirm it. That's to make sure it's right. But later we found out this test is very specific. So then we started to just use the reagent to confirm the results. Okay, I think that is what we do when we running our test to repeat. So the last situation that I want to mention is for increased sensitivity to not just repeat the same sample, to get maybe repeat a sample connection. That means get a second sample. So because the negative cannot exclude, the only one negative cannot exclude the person infection. So highly recommend to take 2 or 3 samples as early as possible to the symptom onset to diagnose your patient. So that's I really want to emphasize. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jiang. I think you have gave us a very detailed performance about the gene testing. So I think besides the gene testing, we also consider the clinical history and antibody result, and maybe it should be repeated the test. I think we can combine the other clinical something.
Yeah.
Do you think it?
Yeah, very good point. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the next question. how to protect laboratory technician from COVID-19 patient samples. I think it's so important, this question. Please, Professor Wang, give us an answer.
Yeah, I said in 40 minutes ago, so different experiment areas have different risks. So first of all, the risk assessment in different experiment area is necessary. It's important, you know. Second is what source do you have? Yeah, it's also you know it's depend. Yeah, what source do you have? No, you know, N95 mask, of course, is better than a medical surgical mask, and medical surgical mask is, of course, it's better than ordinary mask, and ordinary mask, of course, also is I think better than a paper mask. What is a paper mask? You know, in the very beginning of in nodal levels, is have low enough source. So the doctors or some technicians also to made a paper mask by themselves. Also, some plastic sheeting or some raincoat, to protect themselves. Of course, I think something is better than nothing. Or for the very beginning, want to buy mask, want to buy isolation orals, but anything is empty. Nothing can to buy. So I had to buy some raincoat. Yeah, I can show you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And we see the next.
I can show. Yeah, just this. But it's now I have 11 source, so it's needed. Yeah, it's I think it's useful if you have know 11 sources. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see the next.
Also have a shared. Okay. So I think it's good. So, but now I have 11 source. I can do 9 mascara or some isolator. Overall protective overall, so it's needed to use for now. If you nothing for in your hand, so you can to use this. I think it's I said something is better than nothing.
Okay.
Good
point. We see the next question. Does CRP have any implication about the COVID-19? CRP is another assay, another test. And how was CRP test performed in Chinese laboratory? So I think the CRP is so convenient and a common assay, just like the antibody, Igg, Igm. So many Chinese laboratory performed this test. So please, our professor, answer this question.
Okay, so I would mention a little bit. So like Dr. Cui mentioned, the CRP is very common in Chinese labs. So actually we run a lot, especially CRP also recommended in our national guidelines to show. But we have to know, CRP is not specific for SARS-CoV-2 infection, actually. And it's actually, represented inflammation of our body. So RP, according to what we see, increased our CRP is usually observed in severe and critical cases, but not all. Usually, we didn't see like the people had very mild the symptoms. So that's what we still use it to monitor the patient's inflammation. So that's what we use in our lab.
Okay. We can see the next question. This question is, what precaution do doctors need before reporting the confirmation of COVID-19 patients? It's not in lab, it's attend to the clinical precaution. So we please the Professor Wang to answer this question.
Okay, I have said the most important thing is to assay, the risk in your working environment, in what kind of source you have. So I think for the doctor, to face the patient, I think the mask, medical overall in the gloves, of course, the rubber gloves as a general personal by safety protection. So it's I think it's needed. So let's see your patients. If you don't have a mask, so as a mask, it's very, very important to protect yourself, and it's also very important to wash your hands after touch the patient's skin or clothes or some others. Okay, after finish your work, I'm gonna take a shower. Okay, and go home in clean clothes. You live to get in the close work in the lab, clinical, and to get home. Yeah. If you have enough resource, of course, an N95 mask, protective gun, or isolation gun, goggles. I have said a goggle is very, very important because some doctor to infected by the virus, and also some lost their knife. So keep appropriate distance from the patients. You don't live too close to the patients to check or do something. But because this time is medicines is dangerous, so you take care. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know some Chinese don't go to see doctor, just at home and drink some herbal drug. Sometimes it can recover from her herbal drug. It's very interesting. Yeah. And we can see the next question. This question is, any possibility of genetic mutation of novel coronavirus? What do you recommend us to do when the mutation occurs? So I think this question should be answered by Professor Zhang.
Okay, so yeah, I really want to mention a little bit. Actually, yes, this novel coronavirus did mutate it, not very often, but also not very rare. Because all the virus and they depends on the mutation to evaluation. So this viruses did that, because there are two studies on this SARS-CoV-2 mutation. One found 93 mutations in virus sequence from about 86 specimens. And another one found the homology of the virus is about 99.99% homology, actually, from the genomic sequence, which is the connected from the 19.5 virus strains. That means they did mutated a lot. And all these mutations include point mutation, also missense mutation, deletion. That's the actually what's the mutation. Once this mutation happened, what will actually affect our diagnosis or maybe our treatment? So first, if this mutation happened in the our primers or probes which used in the nucleic acid testing, that can cause the results negative. Actually, that's really false selective, because they caused by the mutation of this primer or promoter or probe that cannot detect this mutated virus. So that's the one that really affected our results, our diagnosis. The second one, once they mutated, because the most important to the cure, it's what the serum. So we are right now is just a lot of the scientists try to find the immune product to help. So if the virus keep mutated, so that's very hard. That's also one thing. We even get the shot for flu, because we still get every year. A lot of people still get the season flu because the virus mutated a lot. So so that's I think we should very carefully to look at this virus. Did it mutated a lot very often or not? So I think this is what our CDC or public health lab is keep looking. So it's a very good question.
Yes, it's a good question, a good answer. It's some little deep professional the question and a deep professional answer. I think it's time to end the meeting. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Professor Wang, and thank you, Professor Jiang. We hope to meeting you again. Look forward to meeting you again. So bye-bye.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Dear experts from clinical tests, ladies and gentlemen, and friends on site, good evening. My name is Guan Ming. I'm from the Huashan Hospital affiliated of Fudan University. Today, I'm going to give you a brief talk on the nucleic acid detection of coronavirus. As of yesterday, the novel coronavirus or COVID-19 has infected more than 1.3 million people around the world. And this is a newly developed virus first found in Wuhan and posed a global challenge, infecting more than 200 countries. Currently in China, China's fight for the COVID-19 has achieved a stage success. However, we have more inherent infectious diseases and we have more input diseases. So it is very necessary to talk about the clinical test of coronavirus or COVID-19. In the short 45 minutes that I have, I'm going to give you 6 aspects of these parts. First is the respiratory virus. Second is the influenza virus. This is one of the most common viruses in spring and autumn. And next, I would like to give you an introduction of COVID-19, which is the focal point, especially the novel coronavirus. And I would like to give you an introduction of a correct understanding of COVID-19 nucleic acid test, and then I will talk about multiple detection of respiratory virus. Now you're looking at the overview of the respiratory system and its anatomy. Here you can tell from the we have upper respiratory tract and lower respiratory tract infections. There are nasal cavity, oral cavity, and trachea. Those are the upper respiratory, and for trachea and right main branches, those are the lower respiratory tract. For 70 to 80% of the respiratory tract infections were caused by virus. Only 20 to 30% are caused by bacterial infection. And for respiratory infection, we have the influenza A, B, C. Those are very common viruses. And also we have a parainfluenza virus, respiratory syncytial virus, adenovirus, rhinovirus, echovirus, Coxsackie virus, and so on. And for bacterial infection, the most common is a hemolytic staphylococcus, and we also have other viruses such as Haemophilus. Currently, we have some common respiratory pathogens direct detection. First is the virus isolation and the culture, which is the gold standard. For unknown virus, we have to have culture and isolation in order to observe them, but it is not very easy to realize in ordinary laboratories. Second is the antigen detections. The protein carried by the virus can be used. Third is the antibody detection. When the virus infected the human body will generate antibody. These were the target for analysis. The last one is one of the best practice is the molecular biology. We can examine the generic materials. It can be DNA or RNA. For those methods, how do we look at these methods? We can see the virus isolation and the culture is the gold standard. If we can isolate the virus, then we can get a very high specificity. However, the requirement is fairly high, sensitivity is quite low, and if there's a low pathogen, then it can cause false negative. And for antigen detection, we can use the DFA method. We can use fluorescence method to mark the antigen to examine the protein affected by the virus. And this is easy and simple way with high sensitivity and specificity. It can be used for early diagnosis of the disease. However, it does need a specific antibody fluorescence microscope, so it poses the restraint. If there's a material lacking, then it will not be accurate. Next is the antibody detection. The sensitivity and the specificity is just so-so because there's a window period. For human, it takes 10 days to generate antibody. So in the early stage, the viral load is not enough. The specificity is also just okay because in the human body, we have many diseases. People can generate the antibody, which can be distractions and be confusing. So some self-immunity disease can also cause this problem. So for early stage, this is not very useful, but you can use IFA or EIA. But the advantage is that it's fairly fast. It can be done within 15 minutes and it can be done in batches. The last one is the methods of molecular biology. It is highly sensitive, highly specific, but it's very expensive and very cumbersome. And for antibody and antigen methods, what's the disadvantage and advantages? And for antibody, the best timing is usually a week or around 10 days when humans generate antibody. For antigen, when virus affected a human body, we can immediately find antigen. In clinical trials, the antibody is retrospective. For antibody, we can examine if this patient has been affected, because the antibody would have been there for 10 days or even a month. For antigen, it's for the early stage diagnosis. With early stage diagnosis, we can put in place early cure. If we can effectively cure the antigen, we can lower the viral load. And for antigen, the sensitivity in the early stage is higher than antibody. However, the antibody can be detected in multiple ways. For different pathogens can be marked on one slice. Then we can detect different antibodies, so we can have multiple results. In terms of the method, the antibody, we can use the IFA or other method, but we have to be careful of other fluorescence reactions. And for antigen, we use DFA. There's no special confusing phenomena. And here, I would like to go through some of the respiratory virus. Usually, they will cause acute respiratory diseases, and these are major drivers of the mortal diseases. One of the major reasons is the respiratory tract infection, and this will cause the secondary bacterial infection and lead to more serious clinical process. We have the influenza virus A, B, C, respiratory syncytial virus, coronavirus, adenovirus, rhinovirus, and others. And we have the adenovirus and the rhinovirus. The mortality rate is quite low. However, the morbidity is quite high. For SARS, MERS, and novel COVID-19, these three viruses caused epidemics or pandemics around the world, especially this time in December 2019, the COVID-19, which was early found in Wuhan. This caused a big burden to the whole society. However, the respiratory virus infection have the same symptoms, for example, fever and cough, and these caused difficulties for clinical diagnosis. And this is the influenza virus, and it belongs to the Orthomyxoviridae. Based on the RNA and different types, we can divide them into influenza A, B, C, D. In A, B, C can be infectious to human, but for influenza D, it's only among animals. It's not infectious to human. For influenza A, it's the major pathogen. For influenza B, it's only partial epidemic. In terms of the virus, in addition to RNA, they also have the NA and HA and the capsid and so on. Now, based on the hemagglutinin and neuraminidase, the influenza virus can be divided into type A, type B, and type C. So based on the different categories, the type A can be further divided into 18 subtypes from H1 to H18, and the type A can be also divided into 11 subtypes based on N1 to N11. For example, in 2019, the H1N1 is the mutant caused by the influenza type A. We also have H7 and N9 is also a subtype of the influenza A, which is usually common in poultry, but also infectious to human. The major way or major contamination is through the feces and through respiratory systems to human. And for type B, we have Victoria and Yamakaka. It is infecting human and the cells. And for type C, there's no subtypes, but the pathogenicity is usually weak, but with children and people with low immunity. And for influenza virus, the gold standard is to isolate the nasopharyngeal or the oropharyngeal samples of specimen for culture. It is not suitable for the common laboratories. It's cumbersome. I think the early stage is for a fast test. It's mainly the antigen detection. It is very rapid. It can be done within half an hour, but the sensitivity is very low, and it can cause false negative and false positive. And for nucleic acid, we can do rapid testing, and we can use the RT-PCR. We can distinguish between the subtypes and different types of the virus. If we want to do a retrospective survey, then we can look into the IgM and the IgG, but it is a dynamic process. The IgM and the IgG, there might be 4-time difference from the recovery and the symptom on site. Here, for the molecular detection of influenza virus, there are many of them. We have the RIDT, which is a highly sensitive, or you can call it NAAT. It examines the genetic materials instead of the antigen or antibody. It can distinguish the subtypes. It is very expensive. It has high requirement for the equipment, but it also has a high specificity. And now we also have the LAMP lamp, RT lamp method, which is quite popular in the US. And the Abbott company in the US, and they also use the similar method for novel coronavirus or COVID-19. Another is DNA microarray technology, because influenza virus have different subtypes. So by using the microarray, we can determine the subtypes, and also we can get the hybridization of the different types. And now we also have the WGS method to examine the virus. We can not only analyze, but also locate the position of the virus. So we have many ways to detect the virus. Now, let's talk about coronavirus and its direction. It belongs to the nidovirales coronaviridae and is coronavirus. It is a positive sense single-stranded RNA with an envelope. It has 30,000 bases. It is so far the largest RNA virus. On the surface, it has the S protein, the envelope protein, H protein, and M protein, which is responsible for transportation of nutrients. Now, based on it can be also divided into 4 kinds. We call it coronavirus. Actually, there are 7 types. We have the 229E, which can cause a minor cold symptoms on humans. And also we have SARS, which broke out in China in 2003, and MERS, which broke out in 2019. And the other one is the COVID-19, which is now ongoing around the world. These are 3 viruses that cause the global pandemics. It can cause different organ diseases. The most common would be respiratory diseases. It can also cause nervous system or digestive systems. And I also read news that the central nervous system can be infected as well. Here, I would like to talk about the two severe, the SARS and the MERS, which caused the severe consequences. And those belong to subgroup C of beta. SARS is from a bat, Rhinophilus syndicus, and MERS is from camels, but they are not infecting those two species. However, they do have acute infections on people, such as high fever, cough, progressive dyspnea. SARS is more common, and for MERS, some patients suffered from diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting, but there are no commercial vaccines for those two viruses, but we do have ways to cure them. This is the COVID-19. The sequencing is quite close to SARS and MERS, almost 80%. The difference with other coronavirus is on the surface of S protein. S protein contains two functional units, S1 and S2. S1 is for virus binding to the host cells, and this is the mechanism. So first, the virus will infect the respiratory system and then other organs as well, such as the renal system and heart system. It can be transmitted from direct contact, aerosol, and so on. If people with underlying diseases or low immunity people get this coronavirus, this consequence would be pretty bad. So we have to enhance the protection and improve the immunity at the same time. And we have some traditional detection of coronavirus. There are two types. First is a cell culture, another is a serological test. And later on, I want to give you the introduction of a nucleic acid test. The cell culture is one of the classic way. We use the in vitro environment to simulate the human body environment. At the temperature of 73 Celsius degree, we can simulate human body's environment. When the cells were infected, the virus will be multiplied. This is a gold standard. However, it takes a very long time and it's not easy to observe. But this would be the gold standard if we want to identify a new virus. For serological test, we have a different methods, for example, ELISA and immunochromatography, and those are very common. It's easy to standardize and commercialize. For example, for this COVID-19, once it's detected, we have rapidly manufactured or developed the test kit. For example, the colloidal gold method. The advantage of a serological test is its quickness, and it is very suitable for a large population preliminary screening. The disadvantage is that we need specific antigen and antibody, but because we have so many viruses, and we cannot satisfy the need to have antigen and antibody, and to generate antibody, it takes time. So there's a window period for the human, and in this window period, it is easily to cause a false negative. For nucleic acid testing, it's one of the ways to identify coronavirus, and now it is the mainstream method for confirmatory tests. For many coronavirus, we already developed different fluorescence test kit, and the result is superb. And for MERS, we have one-step method and two-step method. For one step is to simultaneously detect the different genes, and for two steps, the different genes will be examined separately, and then the two multiple genes will be detected later once it's screened. Regardless of one step and two step, the specificity and sensitivity are very high. We also have the double function. We have the product that can test the SARS and the MERS at the same time. It is based on the S protein. We also have the electron microscopy method. We know that the coronavirus, the US NIH has observed the picture under electron microscope. The advantage is that you get an intuitive image of the virus, but the disadvantage is the virus needs to be isolated before it can be observed, and you cannot decide its genotype. So far, as of March 31st of 2020, China's CFDA has approved 25 testing products for COVID-19, out of which 17 are for nucleic acid, 8 are for the antibodies. Because of the outbreak of COVID-19 was very quick, the manufacturers of those test kits and their products are supplemented to the market, are complementary. The validation for those kits is only for a year. They have to do following up job to extend the validation period. Now we can give you some examples of the Nucleic. What are the platforms? So based on next generation Huada company, for the captured probe, we have two companies. For NGS technology, it's a BGI. For most company, they utilize the Florence's quantitative PCR, and also we have isothermal amplification. For the manufacturer's type submitted, we have the oropharyngeal swab and nasopharyngeal swab and the sputum sample. It is also worth noticing that in the US, we have different platforms for COVID-19 detections. The CDC in the US have released different sequencing and method for laboratories. They will detect the SARS-CoV-19. Altogether, they have 3 different RT-PCR reactions are aimed at the N gene. So one pair of the primers and probes was used to detect the bacterial coronavirus. The other two pairs of the primers and probes were specifically designed for SARS-CoV-19 COVID-2. All 3 reactions must be positive to confirm a SARS-CoV-2 case. This is approved by or developed by the US CDC. The US FDA has also approved 28 in vitro diagnostic EUAs. We have listed here, there's Expert Express, ID Now, and Illuminex method, and the Covet. Altogether, there are 28. Here, I would like to share with you some of the studies. This is an observational cohort study on the time distribution of oropharyngeal Slavavirus load and the serum antibody response. It is based on the symptom onset time. The reason for this study is we know that COVID-19's infection or transmission is much higher than MERS and SARS. However, the mortality of COVID-19 is lower than that of MERS and SARS, so it is rapidly transmitted. And the other reason is currently we use nasopharyngeal swab or oropharyngeal swab, but those 2 methods may stimulate the patient, which will cause the patient to cough and therefore generate a spray. The patients refuse this kind of method, and this method exposes the doctors and nurses in great risk. So in this method, it is not easy to use a nasal or oropharyngeal for consistent or continuous studies. And for this method, the posterior that we're using SLAVAs might be a better option, and it is used to study the time distribution. It is included in 23 confirmed cases in Hong Kong were included in these studies. Many of them, 11 of them have chronic diseases, 6 with hypertension and 4 with diabetes. Before the patient brush their teeth and before they have their breakfast, they will get the posterior oropharyngeal saliva, and they use the PCR method, RTQ, to examine the surface spike protein receptors, and they use the whole genome sequencing to determine the possible mutations. Here on the left is the clinical data. From the symptom onset to the hospitalization, the average time is 4 days. The common symptoms is 96% is the fever, 22% is cough, 17% is chill, and 17% is dyspnea. And 10 severe cases have a higher possibility of dyspnea than the mild cases. And on the right-hand side, you can see this is the alkali phosphatate of the severe patient, mild patient. As you can see, the severe patient is much higher, and the lymphocyte of a severe patient is much lower than the mild patient. The neutrophils of the severe patient is higher than that of the mild patient. On the right upper corner, you can see the comparison of the RNA load in the saliva. In 20 days after symptom onset, 7 cases reported positive RNA in the saliva, and when it comes to blood samples, it's only 5, which is 22%, and for rectal swab, it's only 4 cases positive. So you can see that there's a high positive rate in the saliva, which is higher than blood and rectal swab. So in other swab method, no positive is detected. Here on the left is the spectrum of a viral load of time based on time distribution. On the right-hand side is the relationship between viral load and age and disease severity. As you can see that the blue is the saliva, red is the inductal tract virus detection. Because several cases were incubated, so we have to get the aspirate from the inductal tract. In the first week of the symptom, the saliva's viral load is 10 to the power of 5, and it goes down gradually. In 20 days, you can still observe the viral load of RNA in the saliva. On the left-hand side, the COVID-19 nucleic acid level, as the age goes up, the viral load is also going up, meaning the aging people have carried more viral load, meaning they are more subjective to the virus. And the COVID-19 viral load and its relationship to the severity. For a severe patient, they carry more viral load, but it's not that significant. If the patient have underlying diseases, it is very obvious that they carry more viral load than those without underlying diseases. On this slide, we can tell the Igg and Igm antibody for N protein. Most patients in 10 days after symptom onset, they will have the antibody for anti-NP or anti-RBD. they have IgG and IgM level are very high. But if we compare the anti-RBD and the anti-NP serum positive rate, we can find the anti-RBD's IgG and IgM are earlier than that of anti-NP, meaning the antibody for IgG and IgM are earlier. So then if we look at the comparison between time of IgG and IgM, IgG was detected earlier than IgM, whether anti-RBD or anti-NP. And this is quite different from our traditional belief. We usually believe that IgM is earlier than IgG, but in this case, IgG was detected earlier than IgM. In 16 cases, for those with symptom onset more than 14 days, for the NP IgG was 94%, for NP IgGM is 88%, and anti-RBD IgG was 100%, and for anti-RBD IgM was 94%. So the positive rate is fairly high. However, the antibody for IgG is better than the NP. And also, this is inspirational to the antibody studies. However, there are some limitations of this study. First, when first symptoms appear, the viral load of COVID-19 is very high. This meaning we may have some inherent infections patients. Before they show symptoms, they carry high level of viral load, which is different from SARS and MERS. For SARS and MERS patients, in 10 days or even longer period, the patients will suffer high level of viral load. This can explain that the virus is very contagious even before the symptom onset. And 1/3 of the patients in the oral pharynx saliva after 20 days or even longer can be positive, even though they have the surface antibody and internal protein antibody of COVID-19. So saliva is not only for early stage, it can also be tested for mid stage and even longer stage. The saliva samples from the back of the oral pharynx cannot distinguish between the secretions from the nasal pharynx or from the lower respiratory tract. And the peak of viral load was positively correlated with age. People with older people carried more viral load. The serum antibody level was not correlated with the clinical severity. Most patients develop antibody reactions after the 10 days after symptom onset. It suggests to wait for the patients after 10 days to generate the antibody. And also, we suggest the strict control of high-risk individuals because before symptom onset, the individuals may carry high viral load. It is very infectious, and it is suggested to use effective antivirus drugs to protect the patient and protect the environment. For nucleic acid test is the standard to confirm COVID-19 case, but it does have some challenges. Some doctors in their clinical diagnosis, they see many patients with obvious COVID-19 symptoms, but the nucleic acid test is negative. So that is why I have wrote the correct understanding of COVID-19 nucleic acid. The COVID-19 is an RNA virus. It is easily to be degradable. So in the transportation, if it's stored improperly, the sample or specimen would be tampered with. Next is the kit quality. because those kit products were approved with emergency channels, they are not validated with a large batch of clinical trials, and there might be some quality difference. That we can use some other complementary tests where in the longer time we can tell which company produced better quality test kits. And next is the virus mutation. The virus is easy to mutate. The position or the location of the mutant, if it's right on the primer or the probe, this will cause the false negative of the test. And lastly is the laboratory operation. There are some operation factors, whether the operator strictly followed the SOP, whether they operated to the standard, or the quality controlled in the laboratory will cause the different results. There are many factors we have put in the right perspective, but nucleic acid test on the 7th guidance is the standard to test COVID-19. So far, for respiratory viruses, we tend to use the multiple detection. The reason why we choose multiple detection is because respiratory viruses can coexist with each other. There might be influenza virus and the coronavirus and the syncytial virus, especially for children, young children. And if we can use one test to test multiple viruses, which has a high flux and shorter detection cycle and a small sample size, and this would be the better option. Many companies have developed such products to test those multiple virus infections. For example, companies we just mentioned, BioFile and other companies, they have developed multiple virus in panel. With those panel, they can achieve high flux detection, so to rapidly test and determine the viruses. Here, I give you some examples from 3 companies. The first company is they used the MOTRN PCR method. It is to test the RSV, HRV, and HMPV detection. It is very sensitive and low cost, and it can test multiple viruses. Therefore, the cost is driven down. Next is the Panther fusion respiratory assay. It includes 3 multiple RT-PCR panels, the influenza, parainfluenza, and other viruses. Those are 3 viruses that they can detect. The effectiveness is really high. And next is a Senstract Ftd 21 kit. It is a commercial multiple nucleic acid amplification test. And also the improved kit is the sensitivity is almost raised to 97.3%. The specificity is almost 100%. Now COVID-19 is included, and the nucleic acid is set for the COVID-19. Many companies have taken actions. For example, the next company have already put in place the multiple virus detection for SARS, MERS, and COVID-19. This is a 3-in-1 detection. We also have BioFile company included COVID-19 as the respiratory panel. The product already can detect more than 20 viruses. Now the COVID-19 is included, and the Panther fusion also included COVID-19 in their panel. And now those product kits or those kits are rolled out globally to test COVID-19. In conclusion, respiratory virus is the main cause of respiratory infection in all age groups around the world. The quick and accurate detection of the virus and diagnosis help control the infection. The COVID-19 nucleic acid test, we know that we should sample according to the disease development and the pathological changes. Early stage saliva sampling should be considered and included. And for the later stage, we can do oropharyngeal and nasopharyngeal or even rectal swabs. Therefore, sampling should be determined by the development of the disease in order to achieve higher accuracy, especially for asymptomatic virus carriers. Because of a strong infectivity and atypical symptoms of COVID-19, I believe POCT should be developed. Therefore, the nucleic acid extraction can be combined and integrated onto one platform. At the same time, multiple channel testing should be developed. Therefore, we can quickly and accurately diagnose the patients with different respiratory viruses. All those efforts could contribute to the quick and accurate diagnosis of COVID-19. With that, I would like to conclude my report. Thank you for your attention.
开始。
Hello, everybody. My name is Wang Xuejing from Clinical Laboratory of Civil Aviation General Hospital. I would like to thank Mindray for organizing this platform, enabling me to share my experience, our experience battling against the COVID-19 with our overseas colleagues. During this battle, Mindray, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, as medical device company, has been contributing a lot by providing diagnostics, monitoring equipment, and testing kits. It's great support for our medics. And in our laboratory, we use the CRP analyzer and hematology analyzer by Mindray in our fever clinic. Our hospital is located in Chaoyang District. In Beijing, we have our own fever clinic. In our fever clinic, like other fever clinics around China, shouldering the responsibility for screening COVID-19 patients. And after successful screening, we will transfer them to designated hospitals for targeted treatment. From January 21st until now, in our fever clinic, in total, we screened out 6 confirmed cases of COVID-19. This is the number updated to April the 8th around the globe. And COVID-19 is the highest level categorized by WHO as a pandemic. The definition of an infectious disease, according to WHO, as 4 levels, including sporadic and outbreak, epidemic, and pandemic. And so for pandemic, according to the latest number, confirmed cases around the globe, 1.28 million cases. Death toll, it's more than 70,000 cases involving more than 200 countries. The death rate of this disease is quite high, reaching 5%. And so far, given the current curve of the confirmed cases, it hasn't reached a peak, so the inflection point is not there yet. It is still increasing fast, especially in Europe and in North America combined, and dozens of newly confirmed cases have been rising in China. The epidemic containment is reaching the final stage. As we all know, today, Wuhan lockdown has been uplifted. So the people from Wuhan can travel around, which is the day we should celebrate. However, in China, we're facing another challenge dealing with imported cases. On April the 7th, we have more than 50 new imported cases in total. More than 800 imported cases in China. So this gives us a pressure. Imported cases mainly distributed in big cities in China. In Beijing, we have a lot of imported cases here. So the emergency hospital building year 2003 to battle against the SARS is in operation again to treat imported cases of COVID-19 here in Beijing. And this is the landscape around the globe involving Europe, Americas, and Western Pacific. So we can see the infection rate is very fast. So this is a global pandemic, and we as human beings need to face it totally together. And from January this year in China, we have spotted the occurrence of this disease. The WHO has been paying high attention to this disease and giving China guidance. In February this year, WHO published the WHO China Joint Mission Report on COVID-19. Within that certain time frame, in this report, they surveyed all the facts and the related data. And this report is available for downloading on the official website of China NHC, among which, and there's a number I would like to show you here. Data collected from Wuhan, Guangdong Province, and Sichuan by February 17th, tracking more than 30,000 cases. Among them, we look at the number of people under close follow-up medical observation, including those and the people who are in contact with the confirmed cases. They co-live and co-work and co-study with them, and also the medics in contact with the confirmed cases, and also the group of people who share the same transport vehicle with the confirmed cases in short distances. So those people have the much higher confirmation rate than others. According to this data, the diagnosis confirmation ratio is around 1 to 5%. From this group of people, the ratio seems not high, but because the base number is high, so once those people are confirmed with COVID-19, then this would give huge pressure on hospitals and medical staff. So this table shows us the fact is that still more and more people are getting confirmed with the COVID-19. This disease is a pandemic because of its high infectivity. Compared to SARS that hit China in 2003, there are some distinguished differences. First, the high infectivity transmission coefficient, the reproductive node 2 to 2.5, meaning one person can transmit the disease into 2 to 3 people. Secondly, various transmission routes. SARS back in 2003, the main transmission route was droplets, but for COVID-19, evidence shows that it can be transmitted through droplets, close contact, and even aerosols. So there is a transmission route. Thirdly, there is a living environment. In tears, saliva, urine, feces, surface of objects. The virus can survive in these media for a period of time. But also the virus is sensitive to ethanol. 75% of the ethanol can kill this virus, but the virus can survive in various fluids. And also COVID-19, pneumonia, has long incubation period, the median 5 to 6 days, ranging from 1 to 14 days. That's why for the required destination isolation period, it's 14 days. During the 14-day isolation, symptoms can be identified, but also there are some reports saying that some patients have incubation period as long as 25 to 30 days, which is a great danger to us. The data from our Beijing city shows that around 70% of patients are caused through family clustering events or clustering events in working environments. So that triggers the pandemic. And a recent paper saying that the virus can be isolated from cats as well. Recently, we also pay attention to asymptomatic carriers. These people, nucleic acid test positive, but how is the infectivity like of the asymptomatic carriers? We are not sure. There are a lot of studies to be done, and they might transmit the disease to other people. So these are the identified features of the COVID-19 virus. In China, we have achieved a lot in a certain stage thanks to our national policy of the early detection, early diagnosis, early isolation, and early treatment. Early on, we also adopted the family isolation policy, and later on, we adopted the strategy of building mobile cabin hospitals to isolate the high-risk people. And the national policy is leaving no one as untested, unattended, and untreated, so that we can successfully cut off the transmission routes, and also finding out the source of the virus. So we are having a good control of this disease, and that's why today Wuhan's lockdown has ended. If we hadn't had this policy, it would be hard for us to imagine how badly it would have gone, especially when we compare to those big cities in Europe and North America. Against this backdrop, what can clinical laboratory do in this pandemic? And actually, a lot of things we can do through routine tests. For the purpose of detection, diagnosis, monitoring, evaluation, and prognosis judgment. Now, let's take a look at the diagnostic criteria for COVID-19 suspected and confirmed cases. So far, China has published 7 editions of clinical guidance of diagnosis and treatment of COVID-19. It is unprecedented. Within a short span of time, we have been iterating our understanding on the diagnosis and treatment, and also the inclusion of a traditional Chinese medicine usage. And according to the latest guidance, diagnosis criteria for suspected cases 1+2 or 0+3, meaning 1 criteria from epidemiological history or +2 clinical manifestations. Epidemiological history criteria includes travel history to Wuhan, surrounding areas, history of contact with confirmed patients, history of contact with people from Wuhan, or live-in history in the neighborhood with confirmed cases, or clustering events. These are the 4 criteria of epidemiological history. In terms of clinical manifestations, 3 criteria: symptoms, fever, sore throat, etc., and CT scan of the lung, and CBC. Symptoms include fever, sore throat, dry cough, white phlegm or sputum, fatigue, myalgia, and diarrhea. These are common symptoms. And typical representation of lung CT is multiple peripheral ground glass opacities in both lungs. And for CBC, we will see WBC normal or decline. A lymphocyte is down. This is quite obvious. And also, CRP is up. So how shall we identify the suspected cases? If this patient meets 1 criteria, of epidemiological history and meeting 2 criteria from clinical manifestations, or 0, not meeting any epidemiological history, but meeting 3 criteria of clinical manifestations. We will identify them as suspected cases. So 1 plus 2 or 0 plus 3. For diagnosis criteria for confirmed cases, based on our judgment of suspected cases, we will run tests. In 6th edition, we define that suspected cases and plus the nucleic acid test positive. But now in the 7th edition, we also add serology positive would be also considered to identify the confirmed cases. And for pathogen tests, we mainly use nucleic acid tests, including RT-PCR and NGS. The second kind of test, the antigen or antibody test, we haven't had a lot of experience using antigen tests, but some hospitals have started using antibody tests. The mechanism is detecting IgM and IgG body being positive. Both should be tested positive. Usually, IgM antibody will be tested 3 to 5 days after onset. So mainly detecting the IgM, and for IgG, when the titer of IgG increases 4 times that of the normal level, then it will be also considered. And in the recent meeting by the State Council, we have stipulated that the antibody test would not be acted as a screening test. It can only act as a complementary test to nucleic acid test. It cannot be used as the screening test. And the differences between the two have been analyzed by Professor Guan previously. Now, this is the chart including 80 cases, 80 imported cases from Jiangsu province. It's a multi-center study. In total, 80 cases, meaning 80 imported cases from overseas. In terms of age, pretty young, 25 to 49 years old, many young people, and middle-aged people. This is the age distribution here. And in terms of the severity level, many mild and moderate cases, a small percentage of severe cases, 0 critically ill cases, because thanks to the early detection, this is the outcome. But among the 80 cases, more than half, 41 cases tested positive for the first time of nucleic acid test. 30 cases tested positive and during the second time of nucleic acid test, and 9 cases tested positive during the third time of nucleic acid test. So, despite of PCR test being a gold standard, we need to conduct multiple tests of nucleic acid test. In our hospital, among the 6 screened cases, 2 cases tested positive for the first time of nucleic acid test, and the other 4 cases tested positive during the second time of nucleic acid test. We might also even see some false negatives. And here I would like to share our suspected case identified in our laboratory. Male, 32 years old, living in Wuhan for a long time. Before Wuhan's lockdown, he returned to Beijing. 2 days later, he felt chest tightness, shortness of breath. Very classic symptoms for COVID-19. Chief complaints, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and also cough, sore throat, expectoration, fatigue, losing appetite, quite a few of symptoms. And he visited our hospital on February the 28th, so meaning 3 days after he felt the symptoms, he went to our hospital. 5 days after his return to Beijing from Wuhan, and back then we ran CBC, hepatitis A, hepatitis B test, and in our fever clinic, we usually do CBC and influenza A, influenza B antigen test, and also the lung CT for suspected patients. We run nucleic acid test, otherwise we would not use nucleic acid test. For this patient, for the lung CT, the CT scan is pretty classic as well. Bilateral multiple patchy ground glass opacities in the upper, middle, lower parts of both lungs. He also has met some criteria of epidemiological history, and for the CBC, pretty classic as well. WBC is up, lymphocyte is low, 3.11%. CRP is high, so he actually the diagnosis criteria for him is 1+3. But his nucleic acid test was negative. So in total, we run 3 nucleic acid tests of this patient in different days. Eventually, we screened out him as a COVID-19 patient. You can see the eosinophil percentage is pretty high, because according to some literature, there are some scenarios delaying the detection window of a PCR test for COVID-19. So for this person, the eosinophil can reach as high as 30%. So this patient is without any problem, but I would like to use this case to extend our analysis on the eosinophil percentage. And there is a report by Tongji Hospital where they included 1,400 confirmed cases through PCR test. Among them, 633 cases tested positive for the first time of nucleic acid test, and the others are not tested positive for the first time a nucleic acid test. Some tested positive for the second time or for the third time. So in this study, they included some variators, including fever, GGO, consolidation, shadows, age, and some clinical symptoms. And eventually, they established this model as shown in this chart. Those patients with high percentage of eosinophil, let's look at the purple line and the black line. The vertical axis is the negativity rate, and the horizontal axis is days after onset. We can see then if the patient has high percentage of eosinophil, then the negativity rate for them with the black line is around 60%. So the detection window will be delayed for COVID-19 patients. For those patients with low eosinophil percentage, let's look at the lowest line, the red line, then only 30% chance of a negativity rate in the early phase. So they have a higher probability to be tested positive early on. Meanwhile, in this study, it shows that the ground glass opacity GGO
短的，也就是说膜玻璃影会在早期就检出核酸阳性，而肺部的实变影
The GGO can be detected early on, then it has a higher chance to be tested positive. And if consolidation shadow is tested, then it has a higher chance to be tested negative early on. So for PCR test,
除了核酸检测以外呢，那么我们这个还要识别出这些高危人群来，对不对？我们才能给它。
They should be tested positive and to identify them as a COVID-19. And also, epidemiological history is also vital.
明显的发现。
And very obviously, we can see many cases were incurred from January 23rd to February 26th. During the 2 weeks of isolation, we will see the drop of the infection. And during this period, we need to pay attention to those susceptible people. So we need to also look at other tests, including CBC, WBC, leukocytes, hepatitis, LDH, creatinine. Aside of PCR tests, all these test results would be very helpful for screening the high-risk population. And many patients show the increase of a CRP and the increase of the ESR down in PCT, and also the increase of D dimer. For COVID-19 patients, these are some common clinical manifestations.
那么这个疾病进入到机体，它是有一个发病的顺序。
The virus enters the human body, it has the sequence which we should understand. The infection is through ACE2 receptor. The ACE2 receptor could be infected at many organs in our human body have ACE2 receptors, and that's why this virus might lead to multi-organ failure. And so whether the person can be infected depends on the virus invasiveness, virulence, and the person's immunity. Some literature says because for some patients, they aggravated from severe cases to critically ill cases very fast, and for some other patients, they have a chronic recovery time, 2 weeks of hospitalization. So in total, when the virus enters the human body, we will see the incubation or latent infection. It has some limitations. So first, it invades the airways, and later on, the blood and other organs. It may lead to the deadly viremia, multiple organ infections, and also the deadly cytokine storm mentioned in many papers. And 2 scenarios, some patients aggravated to death and some patients recovered. Up to now, we haven't had a specific medication to treat COVID-19. In this slide, 3 tables on the left. This is the case mentioned in the previous slide, 80 imported cases from Jiangsu province in the middle, 44 imported cases from Shanghai. On the right, this is the number collected from Miami Medical School.
3个、5个，有的低的2个病例的汇总。那么在这3个研究里边，
the case number is low. It could be just 2 to 3 cases, but across the 3 tables, some commonalities here. We have seen leukopenia, lymphopenia, high CRP across the 3 tables. You can see across the 3 tables, more than 70% have a high CRP. And also for across the 3 tables, high ESR. And in the 44 imported cases in Shanghai, ESR increases 100%, and also high LDH as well. These are the studies from different locations, telling us leukocytes, lymphocytes, CRP, ESR, and LDH for screening purpose. All these tests should be conducted if possible. And some difference. The first study tested CK, and for the second test, the second study, they looked into CD3, CD4, and CD8. And for the third study from America, they looked into AST and ALT. And different laboratories have a different test panels related to the availability of the test panel of different laboratories. What does it tell us? What are those critical or main tests that we should run for most of the laboratories? This is the conclusion. WBC, lymphocyte, CRP, and ESR, if possible. You can also to run the LDH, PCT, and so forth. For fever clinics in our hospital, we use this as our test protocol. In total, we screened out 6 cases. Here in this table, there are 7 cases. 1 case is actually transferred into our hospital from elsewhere. So in this table, summary table, 7 patients have all met epidemiological history criteria. Some returned to Beijing from Wuhan, some in contact with people from Wuhan, and 1 person returned from UK. Fever length 3 to 5 days, and for the patient returned from UK, he said he only had fever for 1 day, but we're suspicious of that. For some symptoms, including not easy to cough up, dyspnea, and myalgia, these are common symptoms. For WBC, lowest 4.7, 4.37, highest 11.18 for lymphocytes. For the top 5, all lower than 1 for lymphocyte count. For adults in Chinese, the base number is 1.1 to 1.3, 10 to the power of 9. And fever length, as I said, mostly 3 to 5 days with a decrease of lymphocyte. For CRP, 3 people have a dramatic increase. And for the other 2 cases, they just have 1 day of fever. So that's why their clinical manifestations are not that typical. Lymphocyte is not that low. So this is the summary table of our confirmed cases. Now let's look at those cases one after another. The first is a severe case, female 67 years old, meeting some criteria of epidemiological history, lived in Wuhan for a while, returned to Beijing from Wuhan. After that, visited our hospital on January the 28th. Back then, she had a fever, cough, dyspnea for 5 days. After she returned from Wuhan, and also some lesions on the lungs, we ran the Influenza A, Influenza B test negative, and nucleic acid of COVID-19 positive for the first time. Meanwhile, aside of the decrease of a lymphocyte, we can see the LDH is as high as 537. This is a very classic representation. The CK value is normal. The GOT is up as well, saying that she is not the mild case. She had multiple organ injuries already. This is her lung CT, bilateral, diffuse, multiple GGO. The dark part is normal part. The white part means lesions. So they are opaque. They are like a ground glass. So we call them ground glass opacities and also some consolidation shadows in both lungs. So this is the severe case, and after the diagnosis, immediately she is transferred to ICU in the designated hospital of Ditan Hospital. This is the first severe case identified in the hospitals, and two other cases are quite representative as well. These two cases, they are mother and daughter. The mother returned to Beijing from Wuhan on January the 23rd. She lived in her daughter's home, and she went to our hospital along with her daughter on January the 31st. They tested negative for the first time for nucleic acid test, and after 24 hours, we ran the nucleic acid test positive again, and they tested positive, and they have a classic result on WBC level low, lymphocyte percentage low, CRP, the mother is up, the daughter is normal. These are CT scans of them both. For the mother, on the upper lobe and the lower lobe of the right lung, peripheral GGO is identified. The lower scan is the daughter's, so you can see bilateral in the lower lobe of the lungs. We have seen peripheral GGOs, and especially the size of this patchy GGO is pretty large. We also detected the vascular shadows and also some, we call it the grit-like thickening shadow. So this is the family clustering case. The next case is a common case, male. Let's take a look at the epidemiological history. Returning to Beijing from Wuhan on January the 24th, visiting our hospital on January the 28th, the chief complaint of fever with diarrhea of 1 day. Actually, on January the 22nd, when he was in Wuhan, he had diarrhea once already. When we ran the nucleic acid test of COVID-19 for him, he tested negative for the first time, tested positive for the second time. Clinical manifestations are not very typical. WBC lymphocytes are normal, but he met the criteria of our epidemiological history, and also when we look at his lung CT scan, it's pretty classic. Bilateral, peripheral, and GGO. So, because of the classic representation of his lung CT scan, so we eventually will identify him as a COVID-19 case. Another case I would like to talk about is a case that's prone to misdiagnosis. Clinical manifestations are not classic. Back then, on the day when he visited the hospital, there are some lesions in the lung CT scan in the upper, in the apical posterior segment of the upper lobe and of the left lung. There is a single ground glass opacity. As I said, typical manifestation would be bilateral, multiple ground glass opacity, but this is a single ground glass opacity, so we think he might not be the COVID-19 patient. But later on, we found out that he didn't tell the truth by telling us that he had dined with some friends from Wuhan. So days later, he had a follow-up visit in our hospital and did another CT scan, and with obvious progression from single GGO progressing to multiple GGO on the right. You can see this is 5 days after his fever. He ran another CT scan. We can see multiple GGO. The size is enlarged. So when he received the second time of nucleic acid test, still negative, and 3 days later, nucleic acid test positive. This is the case prone to misdiagnosis because the CBC is not classic, lung CT scan is not classic, but because he had the epidemiological history regarding Wuhan, so we keep him under our watch, and eventually we identify him to be the confirmed case. And so we should look into the CBC and also the CT scan as well as nucleic acid test for our diagnosis. And another case is a suspected case. He ran a 3 nucleic acid test negative on February 23rd when he visited our hospital. Several features of our laboratory test. Lymphocyte very low, 0.41. CRP is very high, 358. PCT a little bit high, 0.87. We didn't test the IL-6. LDH 442, D-dimer 0.68, so we can see it seems that he has multiple organ infections and also some coagulation failures. So we have been testing him for a couple of days, and he was hospitalized in our isolated ward, and for several times we detected the progressive decline of his lymphocytes, and with the progression of disease, the myocardial injury is incurred. His coagulation function is worsened. Eventually, he had heart failure. Eventually, this patient unfortunately passed away. So that tells us some indices can act as early warnings for severe cases of COVID-19. This is another study published on JAMA. Among hospitalized patients, they divided them into 2 kinds. The first kind, those impending death. The second kind, approaching discharge. They tested TNT and NT-proBNP. They found from the beginning of hospitalization, there's not much difference between the 2 population groups. But for the group impending death, we can see the TNT is rising. For those approaching discharge, not much difference on TNT. For the NT-proBNP, it shows the similar curve. So it means that for these 2 indices, as myocardial markers, can act as early warnings for diagnosis of COVID-19 as well. This paper is published by Beijing Union Hospital. It is in Chinese. They observed 7 severe cases of COVID-19 with limb ischemia.
挺严重的一张照片，我们列在这儿啊。那它表现的是肢端的青紫、血泡、干性坏疽，甚至还有脱皮。
Blood blisters and acral blue spots.
这几类患者呢，他在重症监护
Among them,
都出现了
when they're in ICU, they all showed coagulation failures. The rise of D-dimers, the decrease of platelets, the rise of fibrinogen and FDP. Among the 7 cases, they are all severe cases eventually. from limb ischemia, you can see the median death time is 12 days. So for severe cases, monitoring their blood coagulation is vital. The timely intervention with antibiotics might improve these patients' prognosis. Based on the aforementioned clinical experience, so China's NHC published a clinical guidance on treating severe cases of COVID-19, among which there is a chapter on clinical early warning indicators. Actually, in our mobile cabin hospitals, one great finding is that among mild and moderate cases, we should try to use useful indicators to identify those having the probability to be converted to severe cases. So in this clinical guidance, recommended indicators including vital signs, SpO2, consciousness and status, ABG, ECG, CRP, PCT, coagulation functions, and so forth. And if some changes identified, including the peripheral lymphocyte count progressive decrease, this is something we need to pay attention to. And also, the B lymphocyte count in lymphocyte decrease, obviously. CD4 and CD8 T cells decrease continuously. Also, the inflammatory factors such as IL-6 and CRP progressively increase. We also need to pay attention to that. May be the warning of a cytokine storm. Also, tissue oxygenation indicator latte increase, or the CT scan show that the size of the lesion has been enlarged rapidly. These are indicators we need to pay attention to for severe cases. In Shanghai, they also published a more quantitative clinical guidance on treating severe cases. For example, they define that the age is more than 65 years old with underlying diseases, CD4 plus a T lymphocyte count less than 250 per microliter is very quantified. IL-6 in blood increased significantly. In 2 to 3 days, the lung scan showed that the lesions progressed more than 50%. LDH is larger than 2 times of the upper limit of normal value. Blood lactate is larger than 3 millimole per liter, and metabolic alkalosis should also be noted. These are indicators as early warnings of severe cases. As a matter of fact, with the development of artificial intelligence and also mathematical modeling, our medical data have been well utilized for analysis to assist with our diagnosis and treatment. So in this published paper, the author used the model to predict mortality probability. The paper's author is Mr. Qiu Haibo. We are no stranger to this name in China because he is the key member of our expert group to treat severe cases in Wuhan, assigned by our national government. So in this paper, he included several selected clinical parameters. He included 299 cases for modeling. Those cases are from Tongji universities, including recovered cases and the death cases. Also, he used 145 cases for verification of the modeling. So in this paper, he included several clinical parameters And eventually, he selected these parameters as meaningful parameters to predict mortality probability. The first line points and the clinical parameters include the SpO2, lymphocyte count, age, LDH. So you can see every parameter corresponds with a certain point. So these are 4 parameters corresponding with different points, and when they are added up, we will get the total points for this patient. SpO2 points, SpO2 80, 0.60, lymphocyte count 0.6, 0.60, age 60 points, 55, LDH 500 units, points around 50 points, and in total 234 points, and that corresponds to the mortality probability of 0.77. So he predicts that this patient's mortality probability is 77%. So he used the lymphocyte count, age, LDH, and SpO2 to predict the mortality rate of COVID-19. To summarize, COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 is a brand new virus. A lot of unknown ahead of us on vaccination, on vaccine development. We haven't figured out. And a lot of routine clinical tests that actually are very valuable and helpful to monitor, evaluate, monitor COVID-19, including lymphocyte count, inflammation factors, coagulation tests, organ injury markers, WBC, lymphocyte count, and lymphocyte percentage for the prognosis, including inflammatory factors and the organ injury markers will be useful. Of course, for diagnosis, and we'll look into the PCR test and the specific antibody test. A lot of things we can do, especially for our symptomatic patients. How much infectivity they are carrying, how much of the immunity they are having. These are still unknown domains. Through a lot of studies, actually setting up a standard test panel is vital. For example, during the screening phase, what kind of tests we should look into, what kind of indices we should look into, and in the evaluation phase, monitoring phase, what kind of tests we should run, and what kind of tests we should do for prognosis. And when this patient is recovered in retrospect, what kind of tests we should do. All of these should be standardized to comprise our laboratory panel. That would be very helpful for our future research in the background of a big data analysis. This virus, COVID-19, has triggered the pandemic. When will it stop? It is still hard to say. In Europe and North America, they are at the epicenter of the virus. And in India, the incidence rate is rising as well. But luckily, this virus so far is not mutating yet. So I hope that my sharing will be helpful for you. We're all human beings living on this same planet, and I hope that we can work hand in hand to battle against this COVID-19 by cooperating on the diagnosis and treatment and prognosis. Eventually, we will win over it. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank Professor Wang Xuejing for your academic research sharing and experience sharing. I believe Professor Wang has introduced to us the general situation of the epidemic of COVID-19, and she shared with us the diagnostics that she has studied from the patients in her hospital, including their CT scannings, the clinical symptoms, laboratory tests. She really gave us an inclusive introduction. And I believe Professor Wang Xuejing's sharing and knowledge has been accumulated during her medical practice, and this knowledge is based on the clinical symptoms, laboratory tests, and pattern summary. And all this knowledge will be beneficiary to the next step to treat COVID-19 patients. Tonight, with the live streaming form, we enabled experts and scholars from different parts of the world to raise their questions. And we have summarized a list of questions that we want to ask those two experts. Because we have too many questions, I decided to give them each 2 questions. Some experts mentioned. First question is, what are the 2 regions which were being told to be targeted for the PCRs, and what is the sensitivity and the specificity in PCR-based testing? And for second question to Professor Guanming is, what is the earliest time for antibody can be detected after virus infection? What is the clinical significance for IgG and IgM antibody detection on COVID-19 prognosis? These are the 2 questions for Professor Guanming. And as for questions for Professor Wang Xuejing, the first question is, what is the laboratory procedure poses the most high risk of aerosol forming in COVID-19 specimens? Because she mentioned that in the laboratory we have to test the blood and the nucleic acid, and there are some standards in the laboratory. What type of specimen we have to mostly care about? The second question for Professor Wang Xuejing is, what is the virus survival in different chemicals? I believe those are the mostly concerned questions by the colleagues and experts. All the diagnostic or experts work in laboratories. They have to deal with a specimen on a daily basis, such as the nucleic acid specimen or a large amount of blood specimen. I think the later 2 questions are for Professor Wang Xuejing. Now I would like to kindly ask those 2 experts to answer the questions. Thank you for your time and for answering this question.
好的，谢谢王院长。
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Wang. I would like to answer the 2 questions addressed to me. The first question is, what are the 2 regions which were being told to targeted for PCRs? We know that PCR is dependent on the specificity of the primer and the probe to distinguish coronavirus. So you have to prevent the cross-reaction and misguided findings. So the primers and the probe is very important for domestic companies. For novel coronavirus, the target at the E1AB, OF1AB. Second is the N gene. Third is the E gene. Those are the three areas. They were design specific primers, and I've seen other reports to target 2 to 3 areas on the N gene. We can have those areas as long as they have enough specificity for the nucleic acid to tell the coronavirus. The sensitivity of a PCR we can achieve per milliliter, we can achieve around 100 copy. That is because the amplification of PCR is very sensitive. How about the specificity? It's only targeted, it will only amplify novel coronavirus, not other virus. This is guaranteed by the sequence. So you have to have a safe, well-designed for the primers so they do not respond or react to other virus. This is my answer for the first question. The second question, what is the earliest timing for antibody that can be detected after virus infection? The antibody is closely related to human immunity. People with high immunity or low immunity has a different duration. For early, it can be 2 to 3 days or even as late as a week. With our studies for COVID-19 infection, if we have 40% possibility to find an antibody on the patient, and for more than 15 days, there's a 90 to 100% possibility to find antibody on a patient. So to be safe, it's after 2 weeks after symptom onset, if you detect antibody, then you will definitely find antibody on a patient. I think there's an individual difference. After 2 weeks, usually you will find antibody. And the other question is about the IgG and the IgM detection significance on prognosis of COVID-19. IgG and IgM are very useful for the diagnosis, especially in supplementation to the nucleic acid. If the IgG rises by 4 times, then that is very powerful evidence for COVID-19. But how about prognosis? And this is a very interesting topic. After virus infection, the titer of the detection, does that affect the prognosis? We've noticed a report from the Xiehe Hospital in Wuhan. It reported 60 cases with a recovering patient from COVID-19. They're in a recovering stage. They tested their titers continuously. They found if the patient recovers well, the antibody titer gradually drops. But the sample size is limited, so we have to wait for a larger amount of samples. The preliminary conclusion is antibody detection can not only be used for diagnosis, but also to monitor the progress of recovering. If the antibody titers is going down, that means the recovery is going well, but the number is quite limited. So we have to rely on our colleagues around the world to discuss the significance of antibody detection for prognosis. Thank you, Professor Wang. Well, thank you, Professor Guan, for your answer to those 2 questions. And you really give us a well-sounded and inclusive answers. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Wang Xuejing to answer her questions.
I would like to answer the first question. In the laboratory setting, the key focus is in terms of risk management and to prevent the aerosol, the specimen contamination, and the aerosol pollution. We usually run the PCR test and also blood test, urine and feces test. As we all know, this disease, common symptoms are incurred in the respiratory tract. Some patients have diarrhea. So as a matter of fact, in various fluids, this virus can be detected. So in my opinion, the key focus for risk management is that those in the respiratory transmission and the feces transmission, especially those specimens that need to be uncapped. For example, when we extract RNA, when we do the antigen dissolution, and also when we decap the specimens for centrifugation, this is a very risky operation. And also when we dispose the medical waste, then we need to pay high attention to. According to our experience, first off, for nucleic acid test, meanwhile, when we do the influenza A and B antigen test, and for the nasal swabs specimen, if it's possible, we should treat them in the biosafety cabinet. For sputum, it is better to be treated in biosafety cabinet. For centrifugated blood, the centrifugation cabinet cannot be placed in the biosafety cabinet, so we require the specimen after centrifugation to be stand still for 15 minutes so that the aerosol would be prevented within the specimen. And when we decap the specimen, we need to decap it very lightly. And after the testing, those blood specimens should be immediately capped. The cap should be tightened immediately. If you are not using that specimen anymore, once the cap is tightened, immediately we use a disinfectant to disinfect it and then autoclave it. And then when we test the feces specimen, some patients have diarrhea symptoms, and when we do the feces specimen test, it is not in the enclosed environment, so we need to pay attention to prevent the contamination for COVID-19 patients. Even though the main transmission route is from respiratory tracts, but transmission through contact is also very common. After the droplets are transmitted and the droplets are dispersed all over human bodies, so that's why the common consensus now is that we need to wash our hands very frequently. Also, another reminder to our colleagues is that when you deal with the medical waste, please be noted that the surface needs to be disinfected. For example, you use the chlorine-based disinfectant and spray. For example, for the elution, when you do the elution of the swabs, some residues would be kept. And how shall we deal with the remained the residue? We use a disinfectant and to soak it after a while and then dispose it. That's the key steps to prevent aerosols. And the second question asked by Professor Wang is that in different chemicals, and how will that virus survive in different chemicals? So based on our experience on SARS and MERS, and this virus, COVID-19, is actually more vulnerable. So you don't have to worry too much that once you disinfect your hands and object and surfaces well, then it will be fine. This COVID-19 virus is sensitive to heat and UV light. So we use the UV light to disinfect the air, and 56 degrees or 30 minutes for inactivation. And also for this virus, for the 75% ethanol and also chlorine-based and disinfectant and chloroform, this virus is very sensitive to all these chemicals, so we can use them to disinfect the virus. So when you use the 75% ethanol to disinfect it, after it is disinfected, it should be dried naturally. That will be a good disinfection. Don't assume that when it is still wet and the disinfection is done. And also another reminder, for medical waste disposal, please use the 2G per liter chlorine-based disinfectant to dispose it. This is my answer.
Thank you, Professor Guanming and Professor Wang Xuejing, for your answer to those four questions. Tonight, our live stream is scheduled to be closed at 10 o'clock sharp in Beijing time. As we close today's live stream event, I would like to first thank all the colleagues from different parts of the world, the medical experts and the colleagues. Thank you for your participation in this live stream academic seminar. COVID-19 is a common enemy facing all mankind. Only by working together and standing united can we win the battle against COVID-19. As medical professionals, even though we are in different countries and different regions, we are the experts. That's why we should timely share our valuable knowledge. And lastly, I would like to thank the two speakers of tonight. Thank you for your excellent reports. And I would like to thank Mindray for your support throughout the live stream event. In the future, I believe we will have similar academic sharing and exchange to help us to fight the battle against COVID-19. And once again, I would like to thank your participation in this seminar. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, I like Mindray for making possible this webinar. And the title of my presentation is about the central role of clinical laboratory in diagnosis and management of COVID-19 disease. So I'm from Padova University, the medical school of Padova University. And I hope you can appreciate the first anatomic theater in the world, as you can see in the left side of the slide, and the magnificent Aula Magna dedicated to Galileo Galilei, Galileo Galilei, who did teach in our university at least for 10 years, many years ago. So, laboratory testing in SARS-CoV-2 or beta COVID-19 goes far beyond virus detection. In fact, as we presented in this review that was wrote with my friends, Professor Lippi, the critical role of laboratory medicine in this disease is about at least 3 major areas. And in these areas, laboratory diagnostic provides essential contribution, supporting diagnostic and clinical reasoning and the management of the patient. And this includes the etiological diagnosis, patient monitoring, and last but not least, epidemiologic surveillance. So, this slide well shown the previous concept. As you may understand, the clinical laboratory play an essential role in diagnosing the infection, and we will deal with the molecular testing and eventually with the use of serological tests. In other disease, the staging, prognostication, and therapeutic monitoring of the patient are based, at least in part, to laboratory information. And finally, when the disease recovered, the patient recovered, the use of serological tests for epidemiologic surveillance is absolutely important. So, in this slide, you can see how important is the identification of high-risk patients, because there are some comorbidities which makes more severe the disease in patients with diabetes, chronic disease, chronic kidney disease, hypertension, other infectious disease. And patient triage is very important using molecular tests and serological antibodies detection, as well as for the diagnosis, as well as for recovery, and finally for patient monitoring. So there is a wide range of intervention of the clinical labs in this disease. What I like to say is that we have to deal with the right test at the right time for the right patient. So molecular testing is the most important, we may say, the gold standard for the diagnosis of this disease. But even serological tests are very important to identify convalescent patients for the study of the immunomodulation mechanism and for epidemiological surveillance. Finally, many laboratory tests are essential to better understand the disease severity and for prognostication. Prognosis is another very key issue in this disease. So, first of all, the diagnosis. Why is it so important, the molecular test in diagnosis? Because now we know that even asymptomatic subject may spread the disease, and even this in so-called pouchy symptomatic subjects with mild to moderate sign of the disease. So in this type, the clinical story is poor, and the detection of the disease is possible only using the laboratory test, in particular molecular tests. And this is one of the first cause in which it was demonstrated in one, the exposure to a symptomatic carrier of the COVID-19, which led to the spread of the disease in a familial cluster. As you can understand, this patient traveled from Wuhan to Anyang and was completely without any symptom. But unfortunately, he was contagious, and at least 6 members of the families developed the disease. And in the bottom part of the slide, you can just appreciate a little bit the behavior of some laboratory test results, CRP, increase of the decrease of lymphocyte, and a little bit increase of neutrophils. So, for sure, up to now, we have to recognize that the gold standard for the diagnosis is a molecular test that is RT-PCR. And this is very important, the recognition of the importance of the gold standard, the reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction on respiratory tract specimen. But as for any other laboratory test, the diagnostic accuracy of this technique can be considered a foremost prerequisite as for all other laboratory tests, and as for all other laboratory tests, there are some analytical and pre-analytical vulnerabilities. So we have to strongly be careful in managing the pre and the analytic phase of RT-PCR for SARS-CoV-2. And in fact, in this paper we have published recently, you can see there are some vulnerabilities in pre-analytical phase. For instance, lack of right identification of the sample, a poor procedure for specimen collection, handling, transport, and storage eventually, and some other specific pre-analytical problems are possible sample contamination and testing in patients receiving antiretroviral therapy. The other vulnerabilities came from the analytical phase. Testing carried out outside the diagnostic window, active viral recombination, use of non-adequately validated assays, lack of harmonization of primers and probes, instrument malfunctioning, and this should have led to some problems and errors in the test. So the practical indication to minimize the risk of diagnostic errors in a COVID-19 infection is to combine the results of the molecular test with clinical and epidemiological evidence, with the chest computed tomography, particularly when ground glass opacities are present at the CT, to eventually recollect and test upper respiratory specimen in patients with negative RT-PCR, but high suspicion and probability of an infection, provide clear instruction on how nasopharyngeal and oropharyngeal swabs shall be correctly collected, managed, and stored. So it's very important to develop and spread standard operating procedures, making easier and better the measurement, the molecular tests. Particularly this is the recollection and test respiratory specimen in patients with negative RT-PCR, but high suspicion is very, very important. So sometimes a negative result should not exclude the disease. This is a figure explaining the position or amplicons target of the coronavirus. And as you can appreciate, there are several domains. And therefore, in this slide, you can appreciate the oligonucleotide, the sequence, and what we have made to recognize the RDRP gene, the E gene, and the N gene that are the most specific source for recognition of the virus, of the new COVID-19 virus-related disease. And the other issue is the time window. As you can say, starting from the infection and before the symptom onset, there is a phase in which it should be false negative, the molecular test, because we can recognize that before the symptom onset, there are some days which should lead before it's possible to recognize the virus in the swab. And the same after the symptom relief, there are some days in which still there is a diagnostic window for the molecular test, but there is a room for false negative result after this window. So it's very important to recognize the limitation of the molecular test regarding the time starting from the onset of the symptom and the symptom relief. And this is another paper from publishing Lancet Infectious Disease from the group of Kai Wong, in which you can see the behavior in terms of viral load of the molecular test in samples from saliva in comparison to endotracheal aspirate. And as you can see, the viral load is decreasing from the time zero of beta, from the time in which the virus is present, and the time after symptom onset after 20-25 days is no more present and detectable in both saliva and endotracheal aspirate. And this is another picture slide from the same paper in which you can appreciate the difference in viral load between severe disease and mild disease, and the viral load, once again, in patients with no comorbidities, which is a little bit lower than patients with one or more comorbidities. What about serological assay? We know that the median seroconversion time from antibodies, both IgM and IgG, were more or less from day 11 to 14. In some papers, the presence of antibodies was lower than 40% among patients at the beginning of the onset, the first week since onset, but rapidly increased at more or less near to 100% since 15 days after onset. So even for serological test, or better, more for serological test, the time window is very important. And in this paper, the combination of molecular tests and antibody detection significantly improved the sensitivity of pathogenic diagnosis, even in an early phase. But before moving to serological assay, some steps should be performed. First, analytical validation, as for any other laboratory test. That means imprecision, repeatability, dilution, recovery studies. Seroconversion time and rate, so the knowledge of the kinetics of the antibody. And we have to know the diagnostic specificity and sensitivity of the assay, and better, the predictive and negative, the predictive positive and negative value of the assay. And finally, how we can use serological assay for epidemiological studies. So, as you can see in this slide, there are several methods to recognize the spike protein. In this case, the recombinant NPS and RBD spike protein have been used to develop an immunoassay. And there is a lot of debating in the literature which specificity may assure the best specificity to an assay while maintaining the sensitivity of the assay itself. And this is from a recently published paper in which we demonstrate the increase of IgG in comparison to the IgM. And I can say that we used recently a prototype assay from Mindray, which demonstrates better kinetics for IgG. In this paper, we have demonstrated that after 12 to 13 days, there is at least 80% of increase for IgM antibody, while at the same days, 12 to 13, 100% of IgG were detectable present in the sera of this patient. And this is a very important information to address the measurement of the antibody. This is from another paper published on the same. You can appreciate the behavior of IgG and IgM, and a little bit the behavior in severe cases on the left in comparison to mild cases on the right side for both antibodies. So there is a little bit different even in the kinetics between severe disease patient and mild disease patient. And this is another very interesting take-home message. What about rapid test? There are some papers, particularly this paper that is already published now, that reveal a very low sensitivity, less than 20%, for one of the rapid tests developed and commercialized. And this creates some problems. In particular, may lead to misdiagnosis of COVID-19 disease in the majority of patients. But I can say that more recently published paper demonstrates that other rapid tests perform much better than this one. And therefore, validation of rapid tests is absolutely important, is a prerequisite before any study in which the rapid test should be used for both diagnosis and monitoring of COVID-19 patients. And in particular, serosurveillance is going to play a major role in a framework for getting back to normal. And we have to better understand the value as well as the limitation of serological tests and use them for the right reason, in the right patient, at the right time. What about prognosis? There are many papers already published dealing with the value of laboratory tests in prognostication of the disease and in the prognostication of the severity of COVID-19 disease. In particular, as you can see in this paper, it was highlighted the value of the increase of D-dimer greater than 1 microgram per liter to identify patients with poor prognosis at an early stage. So in this case, the increase of D-dimer allow very interesting information for an early prognostication. But there are many other laboratory tests that should be used to define the severity of COVID-19 disease. In particular, lymphopenia, that means a decreased immunological response to the virus, leukocytosis and neutrophilia that highlight bacterial superinfection, thrombocytopenia that highlight the consumption of and a coagulopathy that is very common in this patient, as well as the increased value of CRP, procalcitonin, LDH, to highlight the infection and the superinfection, increased value of aminotransferase bilirubin to highlight the presence of liver injury, and increased value of creatinine to highlight the presence of kidney injury. The increase of cardiac troponin is well defined, a cardiac injury, and so on. So other laboratory tests, particularly D-dimer, as previously explained. And in this paper from Zhu, once again, you can see how well discriminate survival from non-survival. Some laboratory tests, particularly platelet count, that are much lower in non-survival. Aminotransferase, ALT, creatinine, lactate dehydrogenase, troponin, D-dimer, once again, serum ferritin. You can appreciate the increase of values, particularly in non-survivor patients. Interleukin-6, that is much increased in non-survivor. And this is better shown in this slide, in which you can appreciate the monitoring of this laboratory test over time. Starting from the upper side on the left, D-dimer, you can appreciate the continuous and dramatic increase in D-dimer values in non-survivor patients. You can see lower the increase of interleukin-6, and in the bottom of high sensitivity cardiac troponin. On the right side, you can appreciate the difference once again between survival in red and non-survival in lymphocyte count, serum ferritin, and lactate dehydrogenase, LDH. This is a meta-analysis we have published on procalcitonin, and you can appreciate the added value as a prognostication of the increase in of procalcitonin values. That means that highlights a superinfection with bacterial superinfection in this patient. And this is another marker of infection, is a perception. This is quite new. This is a paper we have recently, very recently published, in which, as you can understand, patients with values higher than 250 or of perception present a poor prognosis, longer hospital stay in comparison to patients with the lower than 250 nanogram per liter of perception. So this is quite new insight, quite new insight. Take care. This is another meta-analysis we have published in which you can appreciate the decrease of platelets, thrombocytopenia, is strongly associated with severe disease. And this is very clearly depicted in the slide. Prominent change in blood coagulation are, first of all, the increase of the dimer, already explained, increase in fibrinogen degradation product, and in other coagulation tests. But more interesting is the data provided me by and collected in this slide, in which you can see with the Mindray hematological analyzer, it was possible to well highlight how many hematological parameters may differentiate survival from non-survival patient. That means severe versus non-severe COVID-19 diagnosis. And you can see the number of lymphocytes particularly is progressively decreasing. The number of neutrophil is progressively increasing in non-survival. The RGV is very important, but also the reticulocyte number and red blood cell distribution width is very interesting, as well as platelet count and very interesting immature platelet fraction. That is a quite new parameter. As you can see, is the admission is slightly increased, but progressively is increasing after the, and finally CRP slightly increased. So hematological tests provide useful information about the severity of the disease and may and should use in patient monitoring over time. I like to summarize the most frequent laboratory abnormalities in patients with COVID-19 disease. A decrease in blood lymphocyte count, albumin and hemoglobin, an increase in neutrophil count, in erythrocyte sedimentation rate, an increase in C-reactive protein, as well as in lactate dehydrogenase and alanine aminotransferase, as well as aspartate aminotransferase. And other increased laboratory tests are for cardiac troponin, procalcitonin, prothrombin time, sometime, D-dimer, very important, and as I show you, presepsin is another very interesting parameter. And in this slide, I like to summarize the essential laboratory testing. So every day in this patient should be performed the CBC count with differential count, a comprehensive metabolic panel including electrolytes, total protein and albumin content, creatinine, bilirubin, one of transaminase, particularly ALT, eventually CPK, total creatinine kinase, but more important, lactate, and lactate is very interesting parameter. For risk stratification, D-dimer is very important, as well as ferritin, CRP, ESR, LDH, and cardiac troponin. And another important differential analysis should be performed to understand if other viral are present in the patient, HB virus, as well as HIV, of course, disease. So, as you can appreciate, there are many tests that should be performed every day or at least every week to better monitor the disease course in COVID-19 patients. And finally, I like to emphasize one point, that is that laboratory tests should not be performed only in central laboratory setting. There are papers dealing with the installation of the so-called mobile labs using point of care or easy to perform instrumentation, establish new laboratory and emergency platform, and we know the incredible support made by Mindray in creating new laboratory platform in Wuhan and in other Chinese hospital settings. And another interesting point is to reinforce the network of regional labs, because a laboratory clinical labs should cooperate and collaborate, making possible the exchange of information, knowledge for better care of the patient and better knowledge of the disease. That is quite important issue at this time, because we have to learn more about the virus, SARS-CoV-2, about the disease, COVID-19, about the tools, laboratory tools we have and we have to develop to fight against the virus and against COVID-19 disease. So we have to fight against the virus, and we win the fight if we cooperate at an international and national level. And I like once again Mindray for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge and ideas with other colleagues around the world in this webinar. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Qiwen Yang from Peking Union Medical College Hospital. I'm honored to be here to take a presentation on the virus antibody detection in the management of COVID-19 and tell you something about the experience in China. As you know, there are 7 coronaviruses which can cause human infections, and 4 of them are low pathogenic HCOVs. They are HCOV229E, HCOV-OC43, HCOV-NL63, and HCOV-HKU. And other 3 are highly pathogenic COVs. They are SARS-CoV, MERS-CoV, and also in this spring of 2020, we faced the new severe acute respiratory syndrome CoV-2, which is also called SARS-CoV-2. So let's look at the pandemic of COVID-19. And to the date of April the 27th, 2020, the total confirmed cases is nearly 3 million in the world. And we can see many countries have many cases, and even in some countries, the number of the confirmed cases also increasing. So this is not a good news, but we also have the confidence to control it. So what is SARS-CoV-2? And at first we just know it a virus. It is a virus, but what is the structure of this virus? So let's look at this picture, and this is a picture from a manuscript which is published in Cell. And we can see the SARS-CoV-2 viruses is a round-shaped virus, and it has an envelope and also have some spores on the surface of the on the surface of the bore. And we can find on the surface of the bore, they have spike glycoproteins, and that is responsible for receptor bonding and membrane fusion. And this spike glycoprotein is also the king protein which can be used to recognize this virus. And in the membrane, we can also find the envelope protein, which is important for virus infectivity, and also the matrix glycoprotein, which is the most abundant structural protein and will also interact with protein E to form viral envelope. And inside the virus, we can see two structures. That is the N protein, that is helical nucleocapsid protein, and around the N protein, we can find the single-strand RNA, which is very important for the maintenance of the structure of this virus. So this is the structure of this virus. You can see this is a very simple structure, and also the genomic. It's just 30 kilobases. So it is small pathogens which has small genome, but it can also lead to very severe illnesses. So we can have a look at this picture, and we can see the importance of the laboratory detection of COVID-19. So if you face a patient which is expected to the COVID-19, you may ask for the laboratory clinicians whether we can diagnose this as fast as possible. Actually, to my point of view, there are two main methods which can detect the COVID-19. One method is from RNA, and RNA detection is focusing on the virus. And the other method is from antibody, and the antibody came from patients. So once the patients were infected by the virus, our body will create some antibodies to combat the infection of this virus. So the antibody types also have many types. Actually, we have IgG antibody, IgE, IgD, IgM, and IgA antibodies. So different antibodies will increase in different stage of the infections, and we can see the different content of the antibodies in our bodies in different stages. So the focus of my topic is antibody detection. So I will discuss this topic from 4 points. The first point is antibody dynamic change during the course of disease, and this will be very helpful for us to understand the dynamic change of the antibody and know when the antibody will appear and when the antibody will change. And the second is antibody detection methods. Only we know what method can be used in the antibody detection, we may know the false positive or false negative of these methods, and only that we can use these methods to the most important. And the third, the clinical interpretation of antibody detection. So the clinical interpretation is also very important because the laboratory examination is simple, but the clinicians should understand the result, especially the antibody result, because it is sometimes difficult to interpret. And finally, I will tell something about the false positive and false negative of the antibody detections, because this is sometimes confusing, especially for the clinicians and sometimes for the laboratory staffs. So firstly, let's look at the antibody dynamic change during the course of the disease. Actually, most of the time we will discuss IgM and IgG, these two antibodies, in the course of the disease, because these two type of antibodies is very important for recognizing the stage of the infection. And we can find IgM will increase very rapidly after the infection, but the content is low. It will appear in the early stage, but the duration time is very short, always 2 or 3 weeks after the infection. And the IgM antibody is also an indication of the acute phase. But IgG is different. IgG will appear after the IgM come to a high point of the high peak of the concentration. But the IgG will have the relatively higher content than IgM. The stage indicates the later stage than IgM, but the duration time is long, and sometimes the IgG concentration will remain in the body for several months or even several years. It always indicates the middle to late stage of the infection or previous infections, because IgG is a protective antibody, and it will maintain and assure our bodies to the viruses. So this is an interesting picture, and this picture will help you to understand how the antibodies, especially IgG and IgM antibodies, change during the course of the infections. So firstly, we can find after the infection, maybe after 3 to 5 days after onset, the SARS-CoV-2 specific IgM antibody will become detectable. Nearly 7 to 9 days, the IgM antibody will reach a higher peak. But after that, the IgM antibody will decrease very rapidly, and the IgG antibody will increase. So IgG can be detected around 10 to 15 days after onset. And SARS-CoV-2 IgG will always reach its titration of at least 4-fold increase during convalescence compared with the acute phase. So that is will be also a very important principle that we diagnose the COVID-19 by using the IgG titration. Because if we found the 4-fold increase during the convalescence compared with the acute phase, we can diagnose the disease by the IgG titration. So this is a very important principle. And also, we can also find the clinical value of SARS-CoV-2 IgM and IgG, and this is the data which is from the Dynamic company, and they have done such a study of the combination of IgM and IgG performance to diagnose the COVID-19. And the figure A is the IgM and figure B is the IgG. And we can find from the figure A, the level of IgM showed an upward trend in the early stage, and with the highest level in the middle stage. And after the middle stage, then the level of IgM antibody will show a downward trend in the late stage. So this is very consistent with the stage of the infections. So which also indicates IgM is the first antibody after the infections. And the figure B is the IgG antibody, and we can also find this IgG antibody. The level of IgG showed a gradual increase in the early, middle, and the late stage of the course of COVID-19, and the level of IgG in the late stage showed more than 4 times higher than early stage. So this is the very important principle to diagnose this disease. So this is a dynamic change of the antibodies, especially for the IgG and IgM. And only when we understand this change, this is a dynamic change, we will understand which method we will use and how to interpret the result from these methods. So let's go into the second part, antibody detection methods. So if you are staff in the department of a laboratory, you will find many clinical laboratory methods to diagnose diseases, especially for the infectious diseases. So, firstly, we'll look at the colloid gold immunochromatographic assay. So this is a very long term, but we can abbreviate it as GICA. So in this method, we use very special materials, which is called colloidal gold, to indicate the presence of the antibodies, because we will locate the antigen on the membrane of the test strip, and let the sample, especially maybe the serum or the plasma, to go through the plate. And after that, the antibodies in the serum or plasma will combine to the antigens on the membrane. And after that, we will use a colloidal gold labeled antibody to detect whether there is an antigen and antibody complex. So this is actually immunoassay, but we use a special substrate to show the reaction of the immunoassay. So the test is simple. From the left side of this figure, we can see that we just need to put the samples on the spot and let the serum move to the strip and go to the other end, and after 10 minutes, we can see the lines which indicate the IgG or IgM positive or negative. And in this strip, we can also find a control line which can maintain the test is controllable. So this test is simple and convenient, and also is fast. That means we only need for 10 minutes or 50 minutes to finish this test, and it is economic. But the limitation is it is not a quantitative test. It is a qualitative test. So we can just tell the clinicians it is positive or negative or weak positive, but you cannot tell the clinicians what titration of this antibody is. So it is just quantitative, it's the limitation. And the second limitation is it is a manual determination. So there was some discrepancy between different peoples to interpret the result. So we will look for other methods which have higher sensitivity. The second method is enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. We usually call it ELISA. ELISA is our very familiar method in immunoassay. And in this assay, we will use a labeled antigen in the 96 well place, and we'll add the samples in. That's the IgM and IgG antibody samples to combine with antigens on the plate. And after that, we will add anti-IgM or anti-IgG antibody to it. So after that, we will create antibody, antigen, and antibody, and combined with the enzyme. So that is a complex which will show the positive or negative result of the antibodies in the original samples. And this method was shown to have high sensitivity, but it is slow and it is hard to operate because when we use ELISA method to detect antibody, we will use 96 well plates and we will use other instrument to be complementary. And this method is have more interference factors. So the people always smart, so they will search for more susceptible and more convenient method compared to the GICA or ELISA. So we found the chemiluminescence immunoassay, that is CLIA. And CLI, so what is CLI? CLI, we can consider it as a combination of the immunoassay and chemiluminescence assay. So chemiluminescence assay has high sensitivity and immunoassay has high specificity. So we can find it is a very good method which have high sensitivity and specificity. So actually in this method, the major principle is also the antigen and antibody combination, but we use a special enzyme which is called HRP and a special chemiluminescent substrate. And if the chemiluminescent substrate combined with the HRP, it will create the light, and the light will be detected by the instrument. So it will be very sensitively detected. And this method, we found it has border linear range and also have the stable results. This method can also be automatically operated on the machine, and it has it is very fast. In almostly, we can handle with more than 100 samples per hour in the CLIO machine. And sometimes we will also combine the different antibody results to get higher sensitivity and specificity. And this picture comes from the data from the company, and they gathered the 224 serum of COVID-19 patients and 380 serum of negative patients for COVID-19. And they found the combination of IgM and IgG can improve sensitivity. If we just look at the IgM, the sensitivity is 89%. And if we just look at the IgG, the sensitivity is 89%. And if we combine the IgM plus IgG antibody, the sensitivity can reach 94%. So this is also a strategy that we can combine these two indexes to diagnose the COVID-19. And sometimes we will ask for the manufacturer whether they have the cross reactions to other viruses or to other interfering factors. And actually, in China, the manufacturers also have done some tests on the cross reaction effects, and they found the machine did not have the cross reaction with the many respiratory infection viruses, such as other human coronaviruses, HKU1, OC43, and L63, and 229E, and they don't have the cross reaction with other viruses, including Influenza A, Influenza B, rhinovirus, human cytomegalovirus, and other adenovirus enteroviruses. So these viruses are also common in the human infections, especially for the respiratory tract infections, but they don't have the cross reactions with SARS-CoV-2. And if we use the CLIA method, we can also find other interference factors will be decreased, such as the rheumatoid factors and antinuclear antibodies will be decreased to a very low level. And finally, sometimes in some institutions, some researchers will use the fluorescence immunochromatographic assay, which is called FICA, to detect IgM and IgG antibodies. Actually, this is a method which combines the advantage of the GICA and the fluorescence immunodetection method. So it has high sensitivity and stable result, and it also need a very small specimen volume. But the limitation is it should need additional equipment and low specificity compared to the CLIA. So actually, the FICA were not approved by the NMPA recently. But from my point of view, it is also a very good method which can be used in institutions and even in some hospitals. And the third part is how to interpret the antibody results. Actually, this is a hard question, because antibody is the material which were created by the human bodies. It is not directly linked to the viruses. Actually, it is not a part of the virus. It is a part of the human. So how do we use our index of the human being to indicate the infection? This is a difficult question, but I will discuss this into different parts, and I will divide it into different situations to let you know how we look at the result. And the first principle I want to arise is the antibody test should be combined with nucleic acid detection. So we cannot read the antibody test solely or just to use this index to diagnose the COVID-19. We must combine the antibody results and the antigen, especially the nucleic acid result, to diagnose this disease. So the first column is RNA detection result. The second column is IgM, and third is IgG. So let we look at this table separately. If the RNA is positive, but IgM and IgG are all negative, so this probably is window phase. So what does the window phase mean? Window phase means you have contacted the virus, but you have not the clinical manifestations. So this is the window phase. So the window phase, we can detect the RNA, the nucleic acid in the specimens. Is maybe the nasopharyngeal, maybe your sputum, but the antibody cannot be detected in your blood. So the antibody negative, or the concentration is too low in this stage. And second, if the RNA is positive, IgM also positive, but IgG is negative. So how we can interpret this result? Because the RNA is positive, so the patient should be COVID-19 patient. But what stage of this patient? It is probably early stage of infection, and this indicate recent infection. And in this stage, IgM is detectable, but IgG is IgG's concentration is too low to be detected. So this is the result. And the third result is RNA positive, IgM positive, and IgG positive. So what is the stage? The stage is infection progress stage. And we can find the virus active proliferation, but a certain immunity arise. So we can detect the protective antibody, that is IgG antibody, in our blood. And we can also find the virus, nucleic acid, and also the IgM antibody, which indicate the acute phase. So actually, it is a middle stage of the infection. And finally, RNA positive, IgM negative, IgG positive. This always probably middle stage and late stage of infection, because IgM diminished. So it is not an acute phase, but IgG arise. We can find this is a protective antibody, so then it should be a late stage of the infection. After this stage, IgG will remain high titration. And secondly, we can see the result of the situations which showed the RNA negative result. RNA negative result, we must see this situation very carefully because this is a difficult situation. RNA negative didn't mean these people is not COVID-19. Sometimes because of the sampling problem, and because of the handling procedure of the RT-PCR, we also result to the false negative of the RNA detection. So if we detect if we can detect the RNA, but we can also turn our attention to the antibody detection. So the first, RNA negative, but IgM negative, IgG positive. So this is probably a previous infection, and the person is recovered from the disease, and the virus was eliminated. Antibody monitoring is required to prevent recurrence. So actually, this person is safe. It is not contagious to other person. And the second situation is RNA negative, IgM positive, and IgG positive. So this is probably a progress stage or recovery stage, and require dynamic detection of antibodies. So this is a situation which is hard to analyze, and we can we can analyze this situation into three parts. The first situation is dynamic monitoring of the antibody. If IgG titration increase, indicates progress stage of infection. So this is actually a dynamic diagnosis of this patient. So we must have two samples. The first sample is the acute phase sample, and the second sample is from the convalescence sample. And only the IgG titration of the convalescence is four-fold higher than the acute phase. The diagnosis can be confirmed. And the second result is virus eliminated and IgM titration decreased but can be detected. If following IgM turn negative, the infection can be determined and in recovery range. So we can also need dynamic monitoring of these antibodies. And the three parties, RNA false negative, require more tests. And secondly, if RNA is negative but IgM positive, IgG negative, this is probably early stage or progress stage require dynamic detection of antibodies. The first is the dynamic monitoring of the antibody. If IgG turn positive, indicate progress stage of infection. If remain negative, consider IgM false positive. And the second possibility is RNA false positive, and it require more test. And finally, if we found the RNA, IgM, and IgG all negative, so we can report negative for this time point. But we cannot exclude this person of the COVID-19 because everything is changed. Everything is changing every time. So if the patient is susceptible, continue RNA and antibody detection in these cases. So from the analysis of these two slides, you will find the interpretation of antibody actually is not a very easy thing. It must be combined with the result of the nucleic acid detection. And finally, we'll talk about the false positive and false negative of the antibody detection. So what is a false positive? False positive means you report the positive, but it actually a negative person. And false negative is you report negative, but it actually a positive person. So why does this happen? Actually, from the point of the diagnosis, of the diagnosis methods, we cannot find a diagnosis cutoff value which can very accurately, that it means 100%, differentiate healthy population and COVID-19 population. And from the antibody measurements, we can find the healthy population and the COVID-19 population always have overlap between the values of the antibody measurements. So sometimes we can find the negative area, the positive area, and the gray area, but we also found in some area in the negative, they also have the positive populations. And in the area of the positive report, we also found some negative, that is healthy population person. So actually because of the existence of the overlap, we will definitely encounter the phenomenon of the false positive and false negative. So from the point of view, we can say the false diagnosis cannot be eliminated by the test. So people will ask, what makes false positive? And actually, the false positive come from several factors, mainly from internal factors and external factors. Internal factors included rheumatoid factor. Rheumatoid factor is a kind of autoantibodies, always IgM, which can non-specifically bind to denatured IgG. And we can find many patients in hospitals, especially patients with rheumatoid arthritis, SLE, and some infectious diseases. and even 1 to 5% healthy person carry RF in their blood. So this is not a real situation. This is very common. So the rheumatoid factor will interfere with the result of the antibodies, especially the IgM antibody detection. And we will also find some other factors which will lead to false positive, that is heterophilic antibodies, and also complement in blood and other autoantibodies, and cross reactions with other coronavirus antibodies, because most of the products use the N protein or S protein as the target protein. So we can find the SARS-CoV and the MERS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2 sometimes will have very similar N or S proteins. So if we use similar proteins, it will cause cross reactions. And some are external factors. External factors including insufficient clotting of blood sample, which can result to residual fibrinogen. And the residual fibrinogen sometimes will cause false positive. And the second is sample will start to lung. So in this situation, the IgG will assemble and makes a baseline too high. And the third is the hemolysis. Hemolysis is very common in hospital practice. And if the blood is hemolyzed, the hemin will released, and the hemin has the activity of the hyperoxide, which can interfere with the HRP in CLIA method. And sometimes the contamination bacteria in the sample will also lead to the false positive result. So how should we interpret false positive result? It is not how to interpret, it is actually how to identify false positive results. So we must have a concept in our mind that is IgM and IgG false positive is very common in clinical practice and cannot, and this is very important, cannot be completely eliminated, even though some measures such as dilute sample or use absorb rheumatoid factors can be done to decrease its effect, but it cannot eliminate it. The second is false positive may lead to unnecessary separation and panic of the patients. So the false positive result is also very bad to the control of the disease because it will cause the panic in the populations. And antibody results should be interpreted together with RNA detection. False positive IgM and IgG results should be carefully recognized because it's very important. So let's look at a case which is very interesting. So this is a case in our hospital, and which occurred 2 months ago. And this is a female patient, 52 years old, and she has fever for 5 days, and the max temperature is 40 degrees centigrade with muscle and joint ache. And she has a previous diagnosis in our hospitals as community-acquired pneumonia, and treatment is ceftazidime plus imipenem. Also, she has a past medical history of cervical carcinoma and experienced radiotherapy and chemotherapy. He denied the epidemiological history, but the vital sign is temperature 38.6 degrees, HR110, and BP 160, SpO2 98%. And laboratory examination shows the blood count normal, and the liver and the renal function normal, or and decrease in the course of the disease. And the anti-BNP 368, HSCRP is high. Blood gas should some abnormal blood gas. So how about the clinical manifestation? Actually, the patient is a patient with fever, and he go to our fever clinic. So how should we differentiate this manifestation to the typical COVID-19? The typical COVID-19 has the main manifestation including fever, fatigue, and a dry cough. And sometimes in a few cases, they have nasal congestion, running nose, and severe patients develop dyspnea or hypoxemia after 1 week and may progress rapidly to acute respiratory distress syndrome. And it is also noteworthy that for severe and critically ill patients may only present with moderate to low fever or even no fever at all. So actually it has, the patient has a manifestation of the typical COVID-19, but the clinical manifestation is not enough. We must look at the chest imaging of this patient. So we can have a look. We can have a look at of this chest CT. So in the chest CT, we can find multiple splinters in upper middle lobe of right lung and upper lobe of left lung. So actually, this is just splinters. So it's not very specific for the COVID-19 diagnosis. And after the diagnosis and after the consultation to the radiology clinicians, they didn't think it is a typical COVID-19 CTs. So what is the typical chest image of COVID-19? In the early stage, imaging shows multiple small punchy shadows and interstitial changes more apparent in the peripheral zone of lungs. As the disease progresses, imaging shows multiple ground glass opacities and infiltration in both lungs. And in severe cases, pulmonary consolidation may occur. However, pleural effusion is real. And in this case, we have done 3 times of the RNA detection and 2 samples from nasopharyngeal swab and 1 sample from rectal swab, and they all showed negative result. And we did the COVID-19 IgM detection. It showed weak positive for 2 times. We use GICA method in this patient, and flu A, flu AB, and RSV is negative. So in this point, how do you think this is a suspected patient, or can we exclude this patient of the COVID-19? So actually, from the point of the clinicians and the radiologists, they all did not consider it as COVID-19. But how can we interpret the COVID-19 IgM weak positive result for 2 times? Actually, after that, we did the rheumatoid factor absorbance, and it also showed the weak positive. And after that, we also did the multiplex PCR detection of respiratory pathogens. And after we did this, we found a very strange result that one respiratory pathogen, nucleic acid, is positive. In this patient, we have screened the 18 types of respiratory tract viruses, and the Coronal Virus 229E is positive in this patient. So actually, this is a coronavirus, which is very common in the upper respiratory tract infections, but it is not SARS-CoV-2. So actually, we can consider this coronavirus C229E cause the false positive of the SARS-CoV-2. So sometimes how should we discriminate this phenomenon? Actually, I draw a picture on the dynamic monitoring of antibody detection. And sometimes the most difficult situation that we encounter is virus RNA negative, but antibody detection positive. So how can we handle this situation? So the virus RNA negative, actually we can say this is maybe true negative, but maybe false negative. So we must do the antibody detection. So if you found this patient is virus negative, we can do antibody detection. If the antibody detection is IgM positive, but IgG negative, we may consider it as acute phase suspected. Then, but then we must do test antibody again after 7 days. If after 7 days, we also did the IgM positive, but IgG remain negative, we must consider this IgM positive is a false positive. But if we found the IgM positive, IgG positive, or IgM negative, IgG positive, that means IgG turned positive after 7 days of this stage. So we can consider it an acute infection confirmed. And secondly, we can find this strain. If we found the virus RNA negative, but IgM positive, IgG positive, we can actually think it acute phase suspected and test antibody again after 7 days, especially IgG titration. So if we found the IgG negative, IgM negative, IgG positive, or IgM also positive and IgG positive, we can see the IgG titration. If IgG titration increased fourfold compared to the 7 days ago, we can also consider it as acute infection. And this slide, if the IgM negative, IgG positive, we can find it is IgG false positive or previous infection and test antibody again, especially IgG titration. IgG titration increase fourfold indicate the recent infection. And finally, this one, IgG negative, IgM negative. But we also consider or suspect this person is a COVID-19 patient. We must report antibody negative, but we must also test antibody again after 7 days. If after 7 days, if we report negative, the antibody is negative, but test and report as left procedure if IgM or IgG turned positive. So this is a flow chart of the situation that we must handle if we encounter this very difficult situation. And the antibodies will also will face false negative. False negative, the reason include a window phase, the antibody concentration is too low to detect it, and the inappropriate sample or reagent storage and low sensitivity of the kit. So finally, I will have a summary because from the point of the diagnosis of the infectious disease, the antibody is a method, but we cannot use it as a sole method to diagnose this disease. So 2019 nCoV antibody should be used as a complementary tool for nucleic acid negative suspected patients. It is useful in the diagnosis of the patients and screen for the symptomatic infections. And for suspected patients, antibody detection should be carried out for at least 2 times, one for acute phase and the other for convalescence phase. Dynamic analysis on the antibody titration is helpful for COVID-19 diagnosis. Antibody tests alone should not be used as a confirmatory or exclude test for COVID-19. So this is a summary of our my view to the antibody detection of the COVID-19. And this is my last slide. This slide is very interesting. The left side can recognize which year of this picture is. Actually, this picture comes from the year of 2000 and 2003, and that is the year that we faced and fought against SARS virus in Beijing. And this picture was taken in our hospital. And after 17 years, we have the chance to combat COVID-19, and we also have the confidence to control it. So thank you very much.
Okay, the first question I have got, from the research, we talk about the secondary infection. How long we can see the secondary infection in patients after first infection, and how we can, confident that it's a secondary infection, a lot false negative from the first infection, and then, positive later. That we can detect as the secondary infection. Maybe it's not a secondary infection. Just the first, the text is, the patient cover is no the virus nucleic test is positive. It's negative. Maybe the patient is covered, but maybe it's not. It's just the virus is less can do detected. So yeah, who can do to Professor? Who can do answer this question?
May I answer?
Yeah, thank you.
But first of all, I'd like to thank you, Professor, for this very interesting webinar. And I like to say that I'm delighted to be here with you to discuss a very interesting topic. The question is very intriguing, and it's clear that nobody should ask should answer totally to this question, because it's an open question. But what we can say is that we need to have more evidence about the so-called secondary infection. That means that we really need to know how long after the relief, the finish of the symptoms, and after one or two molecular tests negative, we can say that the infection is totally defeated. And only after answering to this question, we can say if it's true secondary infection, or if simply the virus was still working in the body and we did not detect its presence using traditional tests. So we need more time to answer the question, and I invite all scientists and physicians to have at least 2 molecular tests, to wait more than 14 days after the onset of the disease, to be sure that the infection is completely defeated and the virus is no more present in the body.
Professor Wang, can I add something?
Yeah, can you?
Yes, I actually, as for this question, I think the recurrent infection will appear, and also this is also a common situation in the clinical practice. But how we can recognize this situation from the initial infection is we can detect the antibodies in the patients. If the patient is initial or original, the first time infection, we can just detect the IgM antibody in the time of onset. But if this is a recurrent, if this is a recurrent patient, this patient should have experienced infection maybe several days or maybe 10 days ago. So it should have IgG antibody in this patient. So if this is recurrent, we can detect the IgG plus IgM antibody in the patients at the time of the onset. So for this patient, I think the antibody detection will be helpful. But actually, we can also differentiate the situation that maybe in just a very special period, we missed the nucleic acid detection, and we didn't find the nucleic acid in the body. This is also common, and actually, I have ever read a manuscript which was published by our Wuhan colleagues, and they have found some patients have the recurrence after they detect the nucleic acid for negative result, and after 10 days, the patients turned positive again for the nucleic acid. So we can say in some patients, the nucleic acid will remain in the body, but you can't detect them because the concentration is too low to be detected by our routine RT-PCR. But the virus is in the body actually. So after this virus proliferation in the body for several days, it can be go up and grow up to a detectable level. So actually, I think firstly I recommend to detect the IgG plus IgM antibody firstly, and then you can also change the RT-PCR method to check whether the nucleic acid is still remain in the body. Thank you.
Okay.
May I add just a sentence? I totally agree with my colleagues, and I totally agree that we have to discuss the sensitivity of RT-PCR sometimes, and so the additional information by IgG, particularly in this patient, is very important. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Ignorant as a perfect to answer. So I change it to second question. Could simple positive COVID-19, interference a large sample or next sample in centrifuge without the cover in the rotor? If any, how many percentage, of the risk? Because I check some level, don't have the rotor with the cover. Just, who can you answer this question?
May I answer this question?
Okay,
Professor
yeah.
Okay, I consider it as a carrier contamination of this question, because we will handle with several specimens, maybe 10 or 20 or 30 specimens. So when we handle with these specimens, there is a situation that the errors will increase and maybe have the cross contamination, or we'll also call it carrier contamination. But in my experiences in many hospitals of the laboratories, we actually have the cap on the blood tube, and we have the capped tube in the centrifugation. So actually the aerosol can be controlled. So in our hospital we didn't find many cross contamination in the test. But actually we also suggest that we must prevent the aerosol contamination between samples. And I have the recommendation that is after the centrifugation of the blood tubes, we must make the cap of the centrifuge and also make the tubes it still for at least 5 to 10 minutes. So this behavior can effectively drop down the aerosol and decrease the effect of the aerosol contamination. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Fundament? I forget to open the yeah. So to repeat again, Professor Benny, do you have any supplement?
No, I think that the answer was totally fine, and I agree with the professor explanation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the third question, what exactly happened when a person recovers from suffering COVID-19, nucleic lower coronavirus, with the require for answer COVID-19?
Actually, I have some patients in our Peking Union Medical College Hospital, maybe two months ago, and I have some experiences on the patients which is suffering from the COVID-19. Actually, especially in Beijing, we faced many mild, that is non-severe patients. In these patients, many indications of the especially for the blood chemistry or blood cell count may be normal. But as for the severe patients, they will have very severe pulmonary diseases in these patients, and we can from the point of the clinical laboratory, we can find the decrease of the blood oxygen. And also the increase of the myocardial enzymes and maybe cardiac troponin. And we can also find the liver function and the renal function damage. As for the blood count, we can the most important change is the decrease of the lymphocyte. So why is the lymphocyte count decrease in the course of the disease? Actually, we can find that this is actually a virus infection. So lymphocyte is very important to eliminate the virus out of the body. So most of the lymphocyte come out of the blood and go to the tissue, go to the lungs or other organs. So the lymphocyte in blood will decrease. So this is very easily to be understood. And but we can find the lymphocyte count in blood is a very important index for the diagnosis and also the progress of the disease. If the lymphocyte count in blood is very low, also always indicates the progress is not very good of this patient. So the lymphocyte of CBC is also important, and we can also find the platelet drop, and also the longer time of coagulation. That means sometimes we can find the abnormal indexes on the coagulation function in the body. And if you encounter some patients who recover from COVID-19, we can find most of the patients, if he or she recovered, maybe you can just look at him as a very healthy person. But more or less, the pulmonary function will be affected, and maybe the liver function and the renal function will be abnormal for a certain time, maybe several months. So this is a part that we can see from the patients. Actually, most of the change in the index of the blood and in the other index of the patients depends on the severity of the disease. If the patient is very severe, we can see many index change. But if the patient is just a mild or not so severe patient, we didn't see many index change.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. And maybe some several patient. Maybe it's mild. Just Professor Yang said maybe mild patient is nothing where you recurred. But for the several patients, maybe used for corticosteroids, yeah. Corticosteroids, maybe some Jisu. Jisu you used for the patient, maybe where to cause the several communication including, osteoporosis or osteocrosis. Just the bone, maybe the bone some impact the function. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For first, the question is, the combination of the PCR. What is the benefit to combine, RT-PCR in the serological test for diagnostic Covet, COVID-19? What is the benefit together? Combine together the combine RT-PCR in the antibody test. Okay. What is the benefit? What is good for? Yeah. What is the benefit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first of all, I like to remind you that as all other laboratory tests, even RT-PCR for the virus SARS-CoV-2 is an imperfect assay. That means that there are some vulnerabilities, as I presented you. So sometimes a negative results should be carefully considered on the basis of the clinical and other data, and even some positive results should be carefully taken into account on the basis of the clinical and laboratory data. So we know that RT-PCR is a gold standard, but this does not mean that it is a 100% accurate test. Therefore, as my colleagues previously said, the additional value of serological tests sometimes is, but first of all, is to study the immune response of the patient, of the individual. That is very important to better understand the pathophysiology of this disease. Second, there is an additional value in demonstrating the presence of IgMs at the beginning and IgG later on of the disease. And as my colleague said before, to confirm sometimes a secondary infection. The other value of serological test, of course, is epidemiological surveillance to understand what is the prevalence of the disease in the population, and finally to know if there are the antibody in the plasma serum of some patient, which should be eventually taken into account to donate the plasma for treating some particular patient with active disease. So I believe that there are many, many opportunities to use serological tests.
Yeah, Professor Yang, do you have some word?
Actually, from my point of view, I think the nucleic acid detection and the antibody detection is both very important, because both of these two methods have their advantages and disadvantages. The nucleic acid detection sometimes is much sensitive than the antibody detection, but it also will be affected by many other factors, such as sampling problems, such as the stage of the infection, and also the methods which we chosen to do the RT-PCR. So in some phase of the infection, we can add the antibody detection method to be a very good complementary method of the nucleic acid detection. So that's my point.
Okay, great. And next question is, what is the minimum days to detect COVID-19 antibody, IgM, IgG antibody after infected by the virus. What is the minimum days?
Okay, according to the literature and our experience, it takes 10 to 12 days after the onset of the symptoms, fever in the case, 10 to 12 days, we have to wait to detect IgM, and later on, after a few days, the IgG in the plasma and sera of patient with the COVID disease. So 10 days is the minimum to achieve a good percentage of positive patient with IgM and IgG. This is the kinetics we have described in some papers.
Yeah. Have some, have some supplement?
No, I agree.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Next question is, what are the characteristics of blood routine in the biochemical test results in the patient with the COVID-19?
Okay, so this is very interesting question. Once again, we saw, and I demonstrate in my presentation, but my colleagues made the same consideration some minutes ago, that there are many tests which should be used to better understand the severity, the degree of the infection. So we are using particularly hematological tests, lymphocytes, neutrophils, platelets, to better understand the degree, the severity. We are using procalcitonin to understand if there is a superinfection by bacterial superinfection. And the same was demonstrated recently by our group using Presepsin, that is a quite new biomarker of infection. And D-dimer, among all other coagulation tests, is very important. It is well demonstrated the value of D-dimer increase in differentiating more severe diseased patients from less severe, mild, severe, and mild disease of COVID. And for detect the liver disease of comorbidities, transaminase are very useful. Lactate dehydrogenase is useful to better understand the lung, how much the lung are compromised. And for kidney disease, of course, the creatinine is very useful. And for the inflammatory inflammation, biomarkers are PCR, C-reactive protein, the erythrocyte sedimentation rate, and interleukin 6, that is another interesting biomarkers that should be used even for monitoring the answer, the response to some well-directed therapy. So we have a lot of tests to be performed. Sometimes they should be performed every day during the active disease phase, and for other, one per week or one on other 2 weeks. But this is a very interesting point because the laboratory tests are very, very useful for patient monitoring.
Okay. Yeah. Next question is for the evaluation of the test perform IgM, IgG on CLRA, chemiluminescent immunoassay method. have you got the result of the cross-reaction, cross-reaction with other virus association with other respiratory syndrome?
Let me answer this question.
Okay.
Actually, the problem is the cross reaction in the methods. The cross reaction, why it is happen? Why does it happen? Because in the method we have the antigen which can react with the different antibodies. Different antibodies, but the different antibodies come out from the different pathogens. So especially for the point of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, actually we found the king protein that we also use as the immunoassay is N protein and S protein. N protein is very specific, and S protein, the spike protein, is also specific. But actually, in the coronavirus family, they all have the N protein and S protein. So actually, sometimes we cannot get the very good, maybe the best. We cannot get the best proteins, N or S proteins to do the test. So if the specificity of the N or S protein is not so good, we will encounter the cross reaction. But in our hospital, maybe in other hospitals, using the chemiluminescence immunoassay, we found the cross reaction is very real, because most of the manufacturers found the good protein that they use in the methods. But in the colloid gold chromatographic immunoassay, sometimes we encountered the cross reaction. Just I have showed in the slides 20 minutes ago, we have encountered the cases which showed the false positive of the colloid gold immunoassay. And in that case, the patient is actually infected by the coronavirus 229E. So the coronavirus 229E is also a family of the coronavirus. So maybe the kit is not so specific, so it has a cross reaction with another coronavirus. So sometimes we will encounter this problem, but I actually, from my point, I think the cross reaction is the possibility is low. Thank you.
Okay. Because the time is nearly come to. So for the last question, have a lot of many questions. So just the last question. Okay. I want to inquire about the potential risk, a potential risk of the acquiring infection from manipulation of the sample, such as blood, urine, or stools. Okay. Okay. I think Professor Yang, you can continue. Okay. You maybe process where to have a supply. Okay.
Okay. I just talk about my opinion, and Professor Mario, please add it. And actually, from the potential risk of the infection, if we, especially the laboratory staffs, handle with the different specimens such as the stool, such as the blood and the urine, what is the possibility of the staffs getting infected by the SARS-CoV-2? I think the possibility is very low, because we can analyze this point from the transmission route of the virus. So the living virus was detected in blood, in urine, in stools, and in respiratory tract. And actually, most of the specimens have the living virus, but the key transmission route is by respiratory tract. So the most important for the laboratory staff, I think, make safe for your mouth, for your nose, that is for your respiratory tract. And the second is make your body clean. That is, you don't have to contact the face, contact the surface which is contaminated by the virus. So the hand hygiene will be also very important. And the third route is infection by the aerosol. The aerosol infection is sometimes have the risk especially in the laboratories. But if we do the protection on our face and we also do the protection on our hand, I think the aerosol contamination can be prevented by our method. So actually, before the conference, I found Professor Plabani also wears a mask. So I think it is a very good method to make you protected from the virus. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Panamani, do you have some word to talk something?
No, I have my mask.
Yeah, no. It's very important.
No, I am alone in my study, so in my room there is no other people. But we are using the mask, and we know that that is an effective tool to defend ourselves and to defend the laboratory staff. I like to add that is another matrix biological component very important that is we have to carefully consider, that is the saliva, because saliva is potentially dangerous. So I totally agree with my colleagues. We have to adopt not only the mask but the hand hygiene, and we have to use to work under the cabin for some particular management of biological samples. But I'm sure that our staff should follow carefully the guidelines. We can save ourselves, and sometimes is easier to have a contact with asymptomatic people to achieve the virus than working in the lab.
Yeah, thank you.